Hello, everyone. Hope everyone is well. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, or wherever you're tuning in from. This is Chris Angel, Bajanredstv. This is our Friday night show, and yeah, it's been a while for me. It feels like forever. So I don't know anything that's been going on. So if anyone could keep me up with what's been going on the past week or two, Liverpool related, I would gladly appreciate it. Um, but yeah, the link's in the chat. So if you want to jump in and have a conversation, maybe fill me in on what the hell's been going on and stuff. I don't want to get my information from Twitter because that's a dark place. And yeah, but I do know um, what I've been kept up on. I know we have a new manager now or whatever. I don't know if it's official. Um, But yeah, so I don't know much of him. Um, but yeah, we'll see. Let me look at the chat and see how everyone is doing. Liam, what's up, brother? Hope you're okay. Um, Dakota, hey, how are you? I missed you too and stuff. I missed you too. Sideline, what's up, brother? Hope all is well. But yeah, um, let me look at what's the hot topics right now. One second. I've been away from my phone from a while too, so let me open up Bleacher Report and see what's the news. Oh, so apparently just now, Arsenal's goalkeeper just won the Golden Glove on his first season for Arsenal. So congratulations to him. Raya wins the Premier League Golden Glove on his first season for Arsenal. Congratulations to him. Um, let's see what else is here. Um, so it looks like we play Spurs on the weekend. Mm, mm, I'm reading now. Apparently, Carragher wants Thomas Tuchel to be manager of Liverpool Football Club. What the hell's going on there? That's weird. Okay. Um, let's see what else is here. Mm, let's see. This is a quote from James Pierce. Oh, well, actually, a quote from Klopp. Pressure is off now. It would be nice if we can play our best football again. What? Pressure is off now. It would be nice if we could play our best football again. Yeah, I don't. That's a bit embarrassing and stuff. A bit embarrassing. Um, you heard that sideline? Is this true and stuff, or this is made up? Because this is kind of embarrassing. I don't know if you guys hear me and stuff, but it's according. This is what Klopp said. Apparently, pressure is off now. It would be nice if we can play our best football again. So, for me, reading that pretty much means that our team has a weak mentality and the pressure got to us and stuff. So, yeah. Oh, big up, black man. Black man. Carragher is on something strong. Yeah, like he's been on some weird stuff, man. I don't know. Like sometimes I feel Carragher is not really a Liverpool fan, to be honest. Like I don't know. Like I feel like not to really compare or whatever, but like you look, for example, like a Gary Neville, right? You know how he's Manchester United through and through, but you never like see him say like craziness in regards to like Man United. He's usually kind of like protective of Man United in regards to what he says, and he's very you know, he's down bad and stuff for them and stuff. And you see someone like Carragher, like I know a couple of weeks ago he was out on Twitter, kind of like belittling Nunes and stuff. Like I don't know, it's kind of weird, you know. And see, it says I did not hear it yet, but hope is not true. Klopp is a professional, but his job may be the team checked out. Yeah, it's embarrassing. I don't. That's not something I want to hear and stuff. You know what I mean? Um, it's a weak mentality, man. You know, we're apparently known to be mentality monsters, and to sit there and say, oh, because there's no more pressure, we can start playing with the best football. Or can we start playing the best football? It's a bit weird, man. I don't know. This Klopp journey, the ending chapter, isn't that great in my opinion. But um, Stefano, what's up, my brother? Klopp is going out sad, overwhelming ending. Yeah, man. I know you're a big I know you're a big Klopp fan, Stefano. I know you're a big. You know, what I mean, you through and through. You back the players and stuff. But from what I know, obviously, I haven't. I don't know what's been going on in regards to Liverpool the past 2 weeks. Um, but it seems like a lot of the fans, well, from what I'm reading, I think there's a lot of negativity going on and stuff. Um, Cousin Earl, big up from Brooklyn. Hey man, I'm from New York, Earl. My wife is actually from East New York and stuff. If you know, Carl. I'm from Queens, so yeah. Um, Stefano, this Klopp ending is worse than the final season of Game. Yeah, the Game of Thrones final season was kind of bad. I ain't gonna lie. People that don't know and stuff. Hopefully, no spoils and stuff. But it's been out long enough. You shouldn't be spoiled. Redbird, what's up, Redbird? Fabricio tweeted Klopp was angry in the presser, which he wasn't. These journals and some content creators lied to get clickbaits. Okay, 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 okay. So, Redbird, is it correct? Because I read something earlier, but I don't like. I'm trying to stay away from my phone due to like stress and stuff or whatever. But apparently, I read that like Klopp went in on the media group TNT or something. Like I don't know if you guys can kind of like write down the quotes and stuff, so I don't have to really be on my phone and stuff. But yeah, if anyone wants to hop on and stuff, we can converse. You can fill me in and stuff. But let me look at the results. The past, I think I missed 3 games, if I'm correct. Let me check. Um, what games I missed? So the last game we played was West Ham versus Liverpool, 2-2. Okay, we lost against Everton. We won against Fulham. Damn, we lost against Everton. Was that home or was that away and stuff? That's kind of bad stuff. What the hell?
Bigger brother.
Oh, what's up? Calvin Lewin scored in the 58th minute, and then
Yeah, the ferryman scored twice.
on the 58. Oh wait, no, he scored. No, there was a that defender Braithwaite or whatever on the
Yeah,
27th.
Brathwaite scored, and the ferryman scored the second goal with a
That's
header.
that's him. And that was at home or that was away and stuff.
That was at Goodison.
Oh, okay, okay. And then we drew.
He flew to the sky.
So we drew 2-2 last Saturday, like this last Saturday, right, against
Against
West Ham.
West Ham. Yeah. Big up to the chat.
Daniel and Antonio score on you, man.
Yeah, he peeled off the defender and wide open header into the back of the net to draw it 2-2.
Jesus Christ! Oh, Robbo scored. That's good.
Bravo scored, yeah.
He could finally. Was it a nice goal or was it like
Yeah, Robbo's goal was good, but Gakpo's goal now.
Own goal. It looks own goal, right?
It was an own goal, but let me tell you, Angel, the man hit the ball, right? And the ball was going so far wide, it hit off a West Ham defender, hit a second West Ham defender, hit the goalie on the shoulder, and went in the net.
What the hell? They were playing tennis in there?
Yes, it looked like ping pong, to be honest.
Okay. So I guess you can fill me in what's been going on and stuff because like I don't know what the hell's going on.
We've
So
been bad, bro.
but I read apparently we qualify for the Champions League and stuff officially, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I read something where I know Sideline annoyed about, but this is a quote from Klopp and stuff, right? One second. He pretty much said, wait, wait. Oh, here it is. All right. It says, Klopp, pressure is off now. It would be nice if we can play our best football again. How would you take that and stuff?
Cookie Monster mentality, bro.
Exactly. That's it's sad. It's
That's
sad.
weak mentality, Angel.
Yeah.
Listen, it was good for you to be off. Let me just put it that way, brother, because you would have been full negative, like full negative.
It
It
was
was
that bad.
bad. It was bad. It was very, very bad. The Everton game was bad.
Did we show some type of like good play or something? Was the passing decent? Like what was and was there anything bright about the games or was it just
No,
total like
no. Let look. They played a bit better. They played good against Fulham, but obviously Moore was sitting. Um, Nunes was sitting in that game. We played well. We won that game. Then we went to Everton. Mo and Nunes came in. We stunk up the joint bad, missed easy goals,
okay.
got our backside handed to us. Then we went to West Ham. Mo and Nunes, well, Mo got benched again. Um,
Mm.
and it was bad still. So
Mm.
Bosley has been benched the last couple of times, which has been good. To be honest, Trent hasn't been good.
Really?
Abu is stinky. Uh,
Really?
yeah, I
Okay.
would rather play Kwanzaa for the rest of the year over Abu.
Let
To
me
be
let
honest,
me let me take some notes and stuff for to start a conversation. Give me a second.
yeah,
But I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
yeah. I would rather play Kwanzaa for the rest of the season. Mo got in a tiff with Klopp during the game when he was
Wait,
being
wait, wait.
subbed on.
So wait, Tom, can I ask a question and stuff? I
Yeah,
think I'm ready to be a little bit negative now and stuff. So there was no fight in the past two games, pretty much that I missed.
no,
But
zero.
but he had the balls to fight Klopp in front of everybody
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Okay, that's good
So,
to know.
so from what I have seen and what I've heard, I don't know if it's what's really went down, but he was coming into the game. Klopp put out his hand to give him a handshake. He gave him a little slap on his hand. Klopp usually is take a hug. More than do no hugs. Went on his sideline. Klopp walked away. Some stuff happened. They equalized. Then Klopp went back to him and said something to him, and then he kicked off in front of the fans. Um, my thing is that
Was it
if
was it at home? The West Ham
no,
game was at home.
this was at West Ham.
Oh, okay, okay.
My thing is that if you're gonna kick off, and Pop said the same thing. If you're gonna kick off to the manager, go on the pitch and bring that fight and that fire to the pitch and show something on the pitch and get a goal
Yeah.
and do something. The man came on the pitch and did absolutely nothing. The man was hot dog water, like hot dog water, bro. Like he ain't even come. He had all that fight in him to go and bark at the manager, but come on the
That's
pitch and do absolutely nothing.
that's where I alluded to because that's why I asked the question: was there any fight the past two games? Don't I don't want to hear like you out there causing a scene or being flamboyant because what? Because you haven't been starting games. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, like that's something you expect from a kid, a youth talent.
Agreed.
21, like he's an OG. You know what I mean? He's an OG. Like I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear like coins like, and that's the thing, right? And we all have our different opinions about certain players. Certain players should be sold, or the manager should go or stay, whatever. As much credit you give Klopp for what he's bringing Liverpool, it coincides with Salah in the same way because he's been exceptional for us. Show some damn respect to the man and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
agreed.
I don't like you can handle that shit indoors. You're not dumb. You're smart enough to know the cameras are watching. It's gonna create clicks. Why? That's not a signs of a leader to me.
Yeah. What kills me is that after the match, Klopp had his interview. Klopp said, and honestly, no, that's the only goal he scored
Yeah,
is the pen against
I don't think
Spurs.
so. I don't think so either.
He's never scored in a final other than the pen. So they asked Klopp after the game and Klopp says we handle it in the dressing room, it's done for him. Then the reporters went to talk to Mo. Mo brushed him off and he said, if I talk right now, it can be fire.
Wait, what? He said that?
Yes.
Oh no, that's. I'm glad. I'm glad I wasn't there. Yeah.
So you know,
Yeah.
Pops is a big supporter of Mo. And Pop
No, he
back
is.
Mo
Yeah. Through the
from
fire. Yeah,
from
fire.
the fire and from the negativity he was getting from the fan base and some of the wild things that the fan base was saying about Mo. And Pop was backing him. But you see, after that game, Pop says, you know what? You see how you behave? Pop said,
Really?
no, bro.
Nah, really. I missed it
Yeah.
then. That would have been good to see.
Yeah.
Let me see some. A Redbird, 12th. What 12th? What you mean? 12th man? 12th reckons Trent us a world. Oh, Trent is a world class free kick taker. Trent has scored 7 goals from free kick in 9 years. Doesn't sound world class to me, but 12th is too nice. Oh, that's 12th man. That sounds like 12th man. Yeah. Nah, I don't like. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong, but Redbird, you can get the stats from me. This is a little job for you. Tell me how much goals has Trippier scored from free kicks in 9 years? 'Cause I think it's more if I'm correct. And I don't think
It probably is.
and I don't think he's spoken up as much as, for example, Trent has.
Yeah.
You know?
Big up, Mike. Big up to Philip. Big up, brother. Yeah, see? Dakota said Pops is done with Salah as well.
Yeah, I'm not like, to be honest, I'm glad I missed it. Let me see. Wait, time out. What's this? I know why we lost. You were sleeping, Chris. Was gone. So of course there was no negativity to motivate the players. Yeah, I was sleeping all right. I was.
See what Mike says? Pop's been putting up, man, in match performances recently. Good analysis.
Oh really? That's good.
Yeah, Pops is done, bro. Pops
Yeah.
is with a lot of these guys, bro. He like me, I'm done. I'm done with a lot of them, man. Sell more in the summer, like. But then I hear that Liverpool won extend his contract.
Extend or give him a new contract. There's a different. I think there's a difference between the two. Extend, you keep him on the same wages, and you move him to protect the asset. I guess. But I don't.
He ain't taking no less money, bro.
But that's the thing, though, right? Like, and this is the funny thing for people that are into numbers like yourself and like Pops, and I find it funny because it's like, okay, you extend this contract to protect his asset, to protect the asset, right? The value. But if he keeps playing like this, the value, regardless, is going to go down.
Of course.
It has to work both ways, right? Like you can do your part in extending him, but if the performances keep going like this, it doesn't matter the value. You know what I mean?
Agree. I agree.
For me, and that's just me. I would just hold off until January to give him a new contract. You gotta. It's not what you've done for me; it's what you can do for me, and especially for a winger. And I think wingers nowadays are just fast. He looks like he's lost a step. So
apparently the new manager Slock.
I don't know about him and stuff. I don't.
I don't know anything about him either. Wants to play more in a different position.
How would people know that though? Is that just the media just talking, or?
Yeah, you know how the media is usually say a crap. You know what I mean? Redbird, I would not be surprised if we whack Spurs on Sunday because Angel no back. I would not be shocked. I would not be shocked. It seems that you not being here, right? These men put in stinky, shitty ass performances every single game when you were gone. Every single one, bro.
Yeah.
It was bad. The chat was so negative. Even Dakota was negative, bro. Everybody was negative. Revenite was going off. Big up to Revenite, our brother. Hollywood Raw. I mean, you name it. Mary was so disappointed.
Really married too.
You imagine Mary had to live in her household with her husband as an Everton supporter after that stinky performance?
Oh, after the Merseyside derby. Yeah, you're right. Oh shit.
I feel for Mary. Felt for her. It's been so bad, Chris. Like we look like a team that fighting for relegation right now. That's the truth. That's how bad we play.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah, it's been mad. I don't know. I kind of can't wait for the next 3 games and this season done. To be honest with you. Yeah, Redbird Pops was so disappointed in more. Mike says, "Damn, Chris been starring with Sandra Bullock, and while you were sleeping, he's missed so much gossip." Yeah, Angel's been out of it, man. Really, Redbird? Aaron said that we will be back. Oh my days! Fat joke will be confirmed very soon. Wow.
Who's Fat Joe?
Have you seen a picture of the manager?
No, I haven't seen the picture of the manager.
Hold on, I can pull it up for you. I can pull it up for you. You're gonna like this.
I don't know. He looked like he got some dog in him. To be honest, though.
We will see.
What formation does he usually play and stuff? Do we even
Honesty knows because Honesty know about him because he coaches a Dutch team. So Honesty knows. So Honesty will be able to say.
Honesty. Can you tell me what formation he plays and stuff, please? Because I don't know.
Look our girl Mary here. Mary was just talking about you that you had to Liverpool torture you by laying some jobby in the Marseille derby, and you had to deal with your hubby for the last few days.
So he plays 4-2-3-1. So 4-3-2-3-1 wide or narrow though. That means does he play like yes, coaching Finn or give me a second, let me do some research real quick.
So Honestly says we're 100% sure Mo is staying because Slot wants his winger to track back, and his wingers also need to be able to pass his defender. Also, we were looking at Kubo, Elise, those wingers. I'll take Elise all day long.
No, I'm taking Kubo.
Kubo is nice too. I agree.
Elise with the good thing about Elise though is the homegrown thing. He's homegrown, and so you bring more homegrown players. The squad could be bigger. I think we only have like 21 players registered to our squad right now because we lack homegrown. The more homegrown we add, the bigger the squad we can get, type thing, you know. But Kubo, to me, he's the one.
Just going through the motions with this team, mathematically qualified Champions League, ain't no winning league, so F it. Yeah.
There's so there's no way possible to win the league right now?
No. Okay. We stinky, bro. Stinky.
Okay.
Stinky. Yeah. Yeah, boy. It was really crap. I heard every terrible joke about it. Oh, I can only imagine, Murray. Oh, my dears.
Wait, so 4-2-3-1, then we have to play with a 10, though.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Who would that be? It will be McAllister, then.
Big up, Daz. Yeah.
It will have to be McAllister. McAllister.
Like Kendrick is smoking drip right now. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, so apparently there's a beef going on and stuff. I don't know too much about it, but I read something. Apparently Gomez is um checking his options. He apparently he's checking for his options in the summer. Apparently,
Yeah, he said that if something comes in, to don't block it.
really,
Yeah,
Gomez,
yeah,
Ice Spice,
yeah,
he can go too.
yep,
I was like, I think people forget, right? And not to get all romantical and stuff, because I'm only romantical at home and stuff, but um, I think players forget that the club will live on without you, type thing.
yeah.
Like the club's been here before me, and it will be here after me. And I think these players
Agreed.
don't understand that they're just caretakers to the jersey. You know what I mean? And it means more when you wear that
Yep,
jersey. If you're not 100% in, then you can leave, and I'll walk you out myself, type thing. So if he's out here, and that's the thing, like, oh, players want to wait until the new manager comes in. What the? I don't give a shit what manager. I'm representing this jersey. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Where's the people's pride and where's people's honor? So you can leave, like you can leave. You know what I mean? Goodbye and stuff.
I agree. Virgil van Dijk is
Oh, he was injured.
questionable.
Injured.
Yeah, ankle injury. Bradley's back in training, and Steph is back.
Well, how? Or what happened to Virgil? He got injured or something? Doing what?
Yeah, he got hit on his ankle the last game.
Hmm.
Oh, Angel, the one positive thing I will say
What's up?
is that now Liverpool has come out and said that there's no parade at the end of the season.
Oh, that's amazing and stuff. I thought
Because
it was. I thought it was a joke. I thought the parade thing was a joke.
no, there was a parade that was scheduled to give thanks to Klopp, but Klopp came out and said he doesn't want no parade. And
Thanks.
obviously, by doing the parade, they would have showed off the League Cup, which I said I don't want no part of. It shouldn't happen. Is League Cup. But the fan base would make fun of us if we did it.
Hmm.
So this came out and said this week that no parade.
So
Great.
question, because I'm one of the younger fans and stuff. I don't like analyzing people. Like I don't. That's not my thing. There's only one thing you analyze, and not to get spiritual, whatever. But um, that energy of giving him a parade because of what he's won or whatever. Which remember he got paid to do and stuff. Good money to do.
Great
Um,
money.
great money to do, right? Um, did Liverpool give the same love and respect for example, a Dalglish or a Paisley, and giving them parades like that and stuff? I don't know because I wasn't.
I don't know about Paisley. Danglish definitely not, but I don't know about Paisley. Murray would have to let us know if they did any
Yeah, so
parades or
like I
anything.
don't. So why
Paisley.
is it? Why does this man get this type of
Yeah.
So I don't know, and not to say that he doesn't deserve it or whatever. It's just I find it to be weird because, for example, you look at, for example, player like Gerard and what he means for the club, being scouts and all that. How was his send off and stuff? It was just him with a microphone and that's it. Why does Klopp have to get something out of the ordinary and stuff? To me, that's just me though. And maybe people might say, "Oh, Chris, you're being too harsh," or whatever. But I don't know. It's a bad taste and stuff. In my opinion.
Gerard's last game with Liverpool, bro, we got our ass handed to us in his last game.
Really?
We
Oh
lost
yeah,
bad.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, 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 yeah.
We got tamped for his last game in the Liverpool jersey. Well, as not in the Legends game, but officially as a Liverpool jersey as a player. Yeah, we got our ass handed to us. It was so shameful. The men didn't even want to play in that game, and I don't understand how that is. Gang, and you've got a question here. Would you want to see more in that number 10 role?
No, I want more gone. Like
Yeah, I'm kind
to
of fed
me,
up with it too.
and it's not who's the question from Gandon Deep and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so big you up, brother. I think I know you from Copish and stuff. I think I seen you in the chat there, but it's not because I don't think he's exceptional or I don't think he's great or I don't think he's done well for us because he has, and all He has, right? But
Big up Alexander.
I think, I think you, we have to know when to let things go at the right time. And because Klopp is leaving, I think it's okay to let certain players go. It's time. I
Hmm.
think, in my opinion, it's just time, and it's not doesn't mean he's not good. It's just talking economically speaking, he's on 350.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, he's on 350. That's more than it's close to 100 grand more than the next player.
Yep.
You know, so
Kels is probably going to.
Kelleher, well, no, he's earned the right to. He's earned the right. You know,
Yeah. He has earned it right. 100%.
and
Hollywood, you kill me. Joe Gomez.
he can go too. No, I'm not with that. Like,
This is who I'm looking forward to next season. Carvalho.
but that's the thing, Carvalho for me, right? And big up, Maddie. Big up, man. I hope you hop on soon and stuff. The link's on, right? The link is
Yeah, the
on the.
links in the links in the chat.
Um, the thing with Carvalho is, for me, like I'm young, but I'm not that young, right? For me, a 10 isn't my version of a 10 isn't isn't Carvalho, and that's what based on what I grew up on. So you look
Yeah,
at Riquelme, you look at Banderrama, you look at, like, for example, De Bruyne, where they can do passes that can cut a back line like nothing or
yeah,
whatever. That isn't Carvalho for me. He's more of like a second striker behind the striker or whatever.
yeah.
So it can work,
Oh,
but
we got a special person
that's not,
in the
he's on
background.
he's wearing a tank top too. Oh man, he's swole, man.
Wife beater. Ooh, uncle's with us.
Gandam Deep. That's the type of player I'm talking about. Like Bergkamp, Özil, like that. That's my 10. That's my type of 10.
Yeah. What's going on, Uncle?
Hey man, just Friday night. I'm just
Nah,
You going to watch Liverpool or?
going to watch them for what?
nah.
Well,
I think I have you on Twitter, Uncle. You be saying a whole bunch of madness on Twitter, Uncle. Everyone's against you, man.
man, what have they done for me lately, man? I don't give a crap. I rather spend my money on bottles of wine, man. At
Uncle, I
least,
was filling in Angel because he was out for the last couple of weeks. I was filling in on how stinky we've been over the last few games. We look like a relegated squad.
yeah, exactly. You know something. They need to do something for us. We've given them all our support and all our time, and
Money,
those
money.
yeah, lots of fucking money. I spend a lot of money on them shits, man. I'm tired of the asses, man.
Yep.
I was telling my brother who happens to be an Arsenal supporter,
Hmm.
uh, just yesterday that sometimes I wish I was a Real Madrid supporter, man. It's very easy to be a Real Madrid supporter because
It really is.
they
Yeah.
always fucking deliver in it. But we're just who we are, so we'll just
And
take it like
you
that.
know the funny thing, Uncle, he's right, right? It's probably easy to support him because even if they don't win, they reinforce in the summer to fix the problems of
Exactly.
not winning.
I mean, and you know, it's not with Real Madrid, it's not about money all the time. They bought Fede Valverde for 4.5 million
A,
euro.
a la Madrid, man. A la Madrid, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
agreed.
bought Valverde for 4.5 million euro. They paid 80 million euro for Vinicius Jr., right? They paid, believe it or not, they paid 4 million pounds for Rodrigo.
Yeah.
So it's not about, yeah, they do their big time spending, but listen, and my brother reminded me that they paid less for what's his face for Jude Bellingham than we paid for that donkey we call our central striker.
Oh, Nunez. Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
They paid the
they
same.
paid less for Jude Bellingham than we paid for Darwin Nunes.
Wait,
I
Uncle,
mean, what?
you giving up on Nunes?
I am. Sell him.
I've given up. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
always I've given.
Okay.
Listen. I am making no apologies for giving up. I gave him 2 seasons, man. That's enough. That's
Yeah.
fucking enough. And I
Yeah.
tell you the day, I can tell you the day and the time I gave up on him. The day he missed that chance against Manchester United, I was like, okay, that's it. I'm off this fucking Titanic that's fucking hit the fucking iceberg. Had enough. Gone. Done.
So can I ask you a question? And you
Go
guys are
ahead, bro.
you guys are the OGs and stuff. And why do you think players haven't, or not players, fans, certain fans haven't given up on Nunes? Why do you think they haven't given
Um,
up on Nunes? Is it?
I tell you what, a lot of fans have given up on him. We were willing. You see, there's this thing about Liverpool.
Mm,
We have a different culture to many other fans. We are a bit more patient.
mm,
Okay, we're a bit more patient. So we were willing to give him a chance, willing to give him a chance, willing to give him. But that guy has cost us the league title on his. It's been on his foot. I remember Carragher saying, and when he said it, we have this love-hate relationship with Jamie Carragher, but he's been there. He said that if we're going to win the league title, Nunes has to take his chances. He said
Yeah.
it since the beginning, and that when freaking Nunes ain't freaking taking his chances. And listen, I was one of his staunchest defenders, but when you spoon a chance like that against Manchester United, it's time to give up on you. And
Yeah.
I just had enough, bro.
Well, you know what killed me, Uncle, is that you heard a report that came out a couple of weeks ago that Liverpool is going to hire a psychologist for Darwin Nunes for the summer to help him to become more calm in stressful situations. What? The hell am I hearing?
You
To be
know something?
calmer.
This is I don't want you to be I don't want you to be cancelled. I would have suggested what they should hire for him, but the psychologist will cost too much money. I can suggest something else.
Here is good news, though, Angel. I forgot to
Uh,
tell you,
yo,
we are going back to
Angel,
We going back to
Angel,
Adidas.
Angel, they should bring him. They should bring him to certain parts of Colombia, right? And you know what I'm saying.
Cartagena, wink, wink.
They should bring him to Cartagena exactly, and then take him to you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Angel, this is our last season for Nike too. We're going back to Adidas.
Really?
Yeah,
That's good. They make good. They make good jerseys, like good jerseys design in Adidas.
Pops is very happy about that.
Okay. Okay.
You know
Okay.
what? I tell you what. Hey, hi, hi, Liverpool top man. How you doing? I didn't see
Big
you,
up,
man.
big up,
Must be
big
all
up.
that jam jar wine that's gone down my system, man.
Stop it, stop it.
I'm squinting. I'm squinting. Listen, I at this point I don't care what we wear. We can even appear in the nude, in the buff on the pitch. Let's just fucking take our chances and stop conceding goals.
Agreed.
That's all.
We
Let's
can't
go
get we
back
can't
to
stop
let's
goals.
let's go back to the warrior kit if need be. Let's just stop conceding the first goal and let's take our chances. I mean, what is it? Is it witchcraft or something? But what is it?
It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing, Uncle, because I was looking at the stats. And Angela, I don't even know if you know this. Do you know that
Yeah.
we came from a goal behind over 60% of the games this season?
We can't win stuff like that though. With that,
You
you know.
know, last season we came behind. We went behind in 24 out of 52 matches. Guess what? We've done it again this season. Same thing.
That's
It
crazy.
gets to a point where, and it's like, we start watching the match, and we are expectant that we are going to go behind before we start playing. I mean,
Yeah.
and hey presto, it happens. We're going to go behind. We go behind. We go behind to everybody. We
It's
go
like it's
behind.
expected now.
Yeah, we go behind to fucking Pago Pago Bay United. What's all that? Look, I'm just tired of that.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree.
Honestly, I won't take Ocean. I won't take him.
I won't take Oshiman either for 111 million. Nah, not me.
I'll tell you guys something about Osimhen. He is not 26 years old. Take it from me. I
was
told
gonna
you people
say
about
you
Keita.
gotta check it
Listen to
with
me on Osimhen.
you gotta give Uncle Albert. Yeah,
Listen to me
yeah.
on that. He is not 26 years old. I
Mm.
told you people about Keita. Nobody listened to me. They went and did all the stats. They went on and did all the arithmetic, all the data thing. Nobody came to me in my backyard in Ghana for me to give them a passport and name them Matilda. I'm telling you guys, that guy is not 26 years old.
Would you man take Sancho at LFC?
No,
I know. I would take a risk at it. Jordan Sancho's
Can you
playing
guys hear
good, man.
me?
yeah, we can hear
Yes.
you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Sancho's playing good for Dortmund, man.
Well, what is his stats? I don't think it's great.
I don't even look at. I ain't even look at. So you see, everybody always looking at stats. I ain't a stat. I look at what he bloody playing on the pitch. The man's actually doing well in his
Yeah,
position.
but eye test and stats have to
man.
go together.
Thank you. Yeah.
They like now you can look good, but that don't, Diaz looks good in the eye, but his stats don't cover it.
Can
That's
you
why
guys
he.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, well, now we can't see. Now we can't see you, but
You know what I mean? I just. Nah, I'm good. Just because you have one good game against PSG, don't mean nothing to me.
Listen, I'll tell you one thing. If we get a new number 9, there's only one person I want, and that's Ivan Toney. Bring Ivan Toney to Liverpool, and I happy. He homegrown. Bring him to Liverpool. Isak,
And he's his real age.
yeah. Isak, quality. I worried about his injury history.
y'all some funny people. Funny.
Very worried about his injury
That's
history.
Isaac is a chocolate wafer, man. He's gonna break.
There is someone I was going to ask. You know, it's funny, you brought up ages. There is someone I was going to ask you about if you think it's legit about his age, and that's the Dortmund forward. I put his name in the chat for you, Uncle.
Mukoko, you suffer
Yeah.
Mukoko? No, he's
Yeah.
not. He's not his age.
Okay.
No, he's not. But
19.
in his
He's supposed to be
in his
19. He's
case,
supposed to be 19. That's what it says.
in his case, even his foster father has come out with information that may not be his age. That's not his age. Does he look 19 to you?
He doesn't.
He's not 19.
He doesn't.
Listen,
Biggest sawtooth,
if
right?
I don't mean this to come out the wrong way, but we people of Negroid origin, we have some telltale physiological markers when it comes to age. Okay, if you are 24 years old and you're of Negroid origin, don't come and tell me that you are going bald. It doesn't happen. You can be Caucasian. You can be Caucasian, and it will happen. I get that, but don't. Keita was going fucking bald when we said he was 25.
That was true. That is true. That was true.
How's that possible? A guy with a receding, where you come from, where you come from, do you see black people with receding hairlines at 25? What is
No.
that?
That's usually happened in the 30s. That's what happened to me. This here start happening in my 30s.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in your 30s, then it starts going back. That's even if you have but normally that doesn't happen.
It's true.
And since Keita left Liverpool, has he been able to kick a ball for 10 minutes? No. Do this in his mid-40s.
Did you see what he did with his current team? The man say he's not playing in Manchester or going home.
Yeah.
He's tired. Listen, he's tired. At the time he was balling at RB Leipzig, he was at his peak. He came to Liverpool, a combination of the weather and Klopp's Friday night fights style training. fucking killed his ass. He's done. Like, done.
Marisa, you so funny. Oh, Gabra, you made her choke on her coffee.
Yeah, Marian, is the truth. Is the truth. You know, let's just be truthful with ourselves. Don't come and tell me no. Come and bring us no Osimhen, and by the time you bring him, he has one or two matches, and you hear twang. There goes the fucking hamstring, fucking twang, twang, twang all over the place like a fucking guitar. No, don't bring him.
What about Partey? How old is Partey? Partey to me got to be at least 34.
I'm not talking about party for very good reason. I'm not talking about Thomas Partey, man. Let's just say I know a bunch of people he used to play football with, where like in his town, and like they are not 30, man. Let's just put it that way. They're not 30.
Uncle, they're asking you about Boniface.
Listen, guys. Let me give you a rule of thumb, okay? And don't fucking go quote me anywhere, all right? Because I didn't tell you that. For most of the footballers from my part of the world, if they tell you their age, just add 5. Rule of thumb, all right? Just add 5.
Okay.
Fair enough. Big up ends.
Some of them, and I'll tell you a few of them, like remember this kid, John Pencil? Remember John Pencil? He used to play for Fulham. He used to play for West Ham.
Yeah.
His dad was a policeman. So his dad didn't allow them to change his age. Same with Sule Muntari. Muntari's father was also a policeman and didn't allow them to change his age. The rest of them, do you remember that? Do you remember the joke that Mourinho made about Essien? Remember the joke that Mourinho made about Essien? Don't call me daddy. You are probably older than me. Mourinho knows that shit, man. They ain't kids, man.
So I wanted to ask you guys, who you letting go in the summer and stuff?
Who do I want to go?
Yeah.
Who do you want? Who you letting go this summer?
Do you really want an answer for that?
Yeah. I do.
Who do you think is the number one that I won't go? Like
Nunes.
I'm not giving you any prizes for guessing that, but unfortunately, they are going to keep him because of the financials. They're going to keep him. I think Luis Diaz is going to go. Reason why Luis Diaz goes is that he's on 55K a week, and he's been agitating for a change in the arithmetic for a while now. Don't be surprised if Curtis Jones goes as well, because he's on 15K, and they've been making noises. He and his agents have been making noises. I won't be surprised if Tsimikas goes.
Tsimikas, I think he has to, for his career, he has to go, I think, in my opinion.
I won't be surprised if Kelleher goes. And who else am I looking at? Yeah, that's what I see. Well, this morning we heard that Joe Gomez also wants to go, so we'll see.
Okay.
But I think that if Edwards is as ruthless as they say he is, he should cut his losses with Darwin Núñez, because he's not going to get better. He ain't getting better.
What is the price? What is the price then? You three play. I'm not on the same camp as you, but what is the price that you pay or you accept for Núñez?
50.
What's the lowest? 50 million.
That's difficult, because with FFP these days and the way it's biting, I mean, teams are not going to make any outrageous bids for him. And by now, word has gone around, man. That guy, he can't fucking,
You might have to cut your losses. Get 40
million.
Cut your
losses. That's
40 million.
Interesting. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go
ahead, Chief. You go ahead. We haven't heard.
No. I'm just listening. I mean, I guess you are all three of you maybe in agreement that you would go for 50 million. That's probably like
I'll go 40.
the starting price.
I'll go 40.
I'll
12.
take 50. I'll take 50. But the thing is, we've just
Are you gonna take 40? You're
I'll
gonna take
take
40
40.
like Chris?
I'll take 40. 40 plus add-ons. Yeah.
But what's your position on him, 12 man? You kind of tend
So
to be always
No.
you're
12
always
man.
you're
12 man is
always
gonna keep them. We
optimistic
know
about
this.
no, you don't. You don't. I love the fact that I'm often put as this person that's always gonna be like protecting these players. Look, if there's a good deal out there, I'm willing to take it. But
Get the hell out of here. Nah, that's not 12 man.
absolutely,
That's not the man I know. That's not the man I
absolutely
know.
Well,
true.
change
You know
too,
why?
bro.
Nah,
Huh?
seriously. 12 changed too in like a week.
I've
Okay.
never changed tune. I've
Okay,
never
you
changed
know
tune.
what?
You know why? Go ahead.
If Liverpool 12 man is willing to let Nunes go, I'm done. That's it. That's
Oh
like
no,
my
I didn't
type.
say I was willing to let go of Nunez. I didn't say that.
Oh.
That's like
Oh,
what my
well,
type is.
let me articulate my point. I was asking that question because I wanted to hear what was your selling price, because I know that a lot of people get kind of rushed into their feelings when it comes to sometimes these players, myself included. But all the same, we get rushed into this rush to sell. We'll say 40 million, 50 million. I mean, considering we spent 85 million, like Chris is willing to lose half the value of what we spent for him 2 years ago. So I can understand the fact of someone saying, yes, let's cut ties, or let's try to get let's just move on to another player. But realistically speaking, I mean, like the going rates for these players, or especially a striker, you're not getting a quality striker back at 40 million. You're not getting a quality striker back at 50 million. Okay. You're not even coming close to getting that kind of quality. If anything, you're probably going to get the quality of what you envision Nunez is in your own mind right now. Okay. So with that said,
for you, right? Because you're into like stats and data and stuff. Do you think I kind of agree, because in regards to the quality, right? You might not be able to match the quality
right
versus spending, right? But do you think because we have someone like Edwards back that is data driven, he might be able to kind of like cat in the hat kind of thing, pull out a cat in the hat type thing, you know? So maybe, I completely agree with you, because there's probably a better chance of what you're saying to come true than to actually find a cat in the hat type thing, you know? So
I see it like this. You know what? It's not the fact that I'm so anti or so I want to keep Nunez simply because I want to keep Nunez. More so, keep Nunez and go and get an Osimhen. Figure out how to make it work. If that's the player you want to go for, or if you want to go for Ivan Toney, okay, fine. I have Nunez and Ivan Toney. What is this like? As in, sometimes I think I'm not gonna call it small-minded, but I mean, like, you know what I mean by that, in the sense of like, we're always saying, oh well, we don't like Nunez, so get rid of him, bring someone else in. No, keep Nunez, because Nunez brings some real good qualities.
12 man, know your owners. See, know your owners. Most of us are coming from the position of know your owners. Because if there's a situation where our owners are going to say, okay, we've got a donkey here, go and buy the thoroughbred and come and add him, so we have a donkey and a damn thoroughbred, we're good, right? But you know that our owners are going to say, sell the fucking donkey first.
I would have maybe even conceded that point to you. But I mean, like, I also was surprised when our owners, quote unquote, so none of us have owners, but I know what you mean, like the ownership group, okay? Like when they went for Caicedo, I don't think everyone was all of a sudden like blanket faced, as in no one expected that. Goes completely against the grain of what everyone wants to say about this sell to buy. Everything goes up against the grain against, we'll never put a 9-figure sum on the table for a player. It goes against what even Klopp said about this ownership group, or the way that they go about bringing in players. But I mean, like, as much as you might be saying that, there's always a chance.
I think it's a different situation though, 12 man.
Go ahead.
Like using the Caicedo thing is different because
why?
We didn't have a midfield then before we got Caicedo though. It's different.
We didn't have a midfield. So wait, we didn't have a midfield. So that's the
reason why
we were looking for a six. We were looking for a six. Remember, Gravenberch wasn't in yet. If I remember correctly, Endo wasn't even in yet and stuff.
No.
You know what I mean?
So we had no six. None.
And
Right.
if you recall, we had been banging the door on, even at the point when he had gone to Real Madrid. Klopp was still asking to buy him, Tchouaméni, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
And then we had the. Remember, we're going after Lavia, we're going after Jude, because I honestly believe,
remember
and
remember the whole summer too. Kone,
then we had
Turam as well. The whole
right.
summer.
We had gone. We had
Got
gone
no
trying
echo.
to get.
Remember, there's an echo. There's an echo.
There's an echo. Someone's playing us in the background.
You know, we had a situation where, because we had lost Fabinho, we were doing everything to get a six. So
Yeah.
I think
I think
that was the issue.
you guys aren't
That was
looking
the
at it.
issue.
But that issue
Sorry?
is that same issue, Uncle, is that you could say the same as, so you guys had us getting Dominic Szoboszlai. You know how
No.
much we had to spend for him?
But
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that wasn't because of a result of someone leaving that we got Dominic Szoboszlai.
No, but if I remember correctly, that FSG took out a loan for Sabazalai though.
Alone.
you know, if I
I'll
tell
look
you,
into that.
Yeah,
that I
look it up.
understand,
So I think they
I
took
will.
out a
I
loan.
will.
Yeah,
they took out a facility. Yes, that's
Yeah.
true. They took out a facility.
But the thing about, even if you do that, that's also because he was a release clause concept.
Yeah, you have to pay it
so
up
you
front,
have to pay up front. There's
Up
no
front, yeah.
working out.
Mhm.
Oh, we'll make
If I
payments here
tell
and there.
you that I understand what the heck Klopp was doing when he took over the transfers, I'll be lying. But I don't get what the hell he was doing, because I mean, we didn't have any reason to buy Gakpo. They bought him anyways. Um,
Good point. That's a
um,
possible good point. Or not?
yeah,
I mean, I think it was more so. Again, it goes against what a lot of people think of this ownership group, and that's because it's a buy for a player that we rated and was heavily rated by a lot of other clubs, and we looked at it as an opportunity because we had an inside track with our Dutch connections to be able to get a quality player. And rather than figure out a way of saying, oh, well, we'll do this or we'll do that, we want out, and we're progressive in it. It's the same reason why we had Diaz always in mind to be a purchase for that summer.
I get all that, because Diaz
Okay.
was just about to shoot up for Spurs, and we went and
Exactly.
plucked him.
And we
But
went to pluck them up.
having done that, why would you buy Gakpo? Scouted and identified him as a left winger, or a left wing forward, and then you bring him in and you try to play him a fullback, try to play him as a goalkeeper, try to play him as a throwing coach, try to play him as everything but what he was supposed to do. Then a year and a half down the line, Klopp comes to tell us, "Oh, the experiment didn't work." Sounds like my grade 12 science teacher. Experiments never fucking work.
But that's
Even the
one.
fucking
Hey, but I
photosynthesis
know, but
experiment never worked.
I think also now we're. I think what the conversation is starting to gravitate towards is you're talking about what Klopp did with the player. Yet we were just talking about FSG and whether it was Edwards or whoever is going to be the sporting director for us at the time of whatever transfer we were just talking about. We're talking about these transfers that bring in, and that has little to do with whoever's sporting director. The sporting director doesn't say, okay, I'm going to bring in Cody, and now you have to play him at left wing. That's up to the coach's discretion.
So, 12 man, can I? I think
I don't mind. I don't mind I get where your conversation is going, or what your point is. But
yeah, so I think I get where you're coming from and stuff, and that's pretty much, in a way, there's good and bad, right, from FSG, right? So
and this isn't. I'm not trying to be some FSG.
No. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay, right? So there's good and bad with FSG, right? There's good and bad with FSG, and it's funny because Maddie's here. Maddie's anti-FSG.
Oh, I know. That's why I had to put that disclaimer.
But I think when you actually have an actual conversation with Maddie and he breaks it down for you, you can understand it, because I think the frustration. I think most of us, I guess, logical fans, not, when emotions are put to the side, we can sit there and analyze the situation. What I blame FSG for is not putting the right people in place to make the club succeed, right? And make decisions where when we are in a position of power to continue to be in that pedestal. There's no reason that after we won the Champions League, for
Right. I
example,
knew that's where
there was
this is
no
going.
there was no damn investment.
Right.
After we won the freaking league, where was the freaking
Right.
investment? And then we sit here, and this is why, for example, Klopp or certain players get looked down upon because they're drained out. A Klopp system is a draining system. Fabinho, for example, in the sixth by himself for how
By
many
himself, no
how
cover.
many, how many seasons? 12, man. Robertson in himself holding the left back all this time by himself for all this time and stuff. So
Okay.
Well,
so
so I
mean,
can correct.
Simicast has been here for quite.
Yeah, but
some.
Simicast wasn't getting no play.
there's no
Klopp
play.
wasn't playing.
Okay, so but the point is this: you guys keep saying about these points about FSG expenditures, FSG like transfers or whoever. And I say FSG meaning like the sporting director. Okay, whoever the sporting director was at the time of whatever expenditure or transfer you're talking about. I get that concept of we maybe should have gone this way or that way with bringing in some new talent. That could be a simple fact of us thinking that we would be able to do what we did this year, and that is bring up youth academy players that can fill the void of not having to go into the coffers of our transfer war chest or transfer bank, and be able to possibly even use them at different stages. Or also when it comes to these transfers, again, we're talking about transfers, and then we're talking about, but they're not getting played here, or not doing this, or not doing that. That has nothing to do with the sporting director. Sporting director brought in these players because they were good players, or because they were players that we believe would be beneficial for the club. What the coach does with those players is then on him. It's not on FSG to say, oh well, now you're not playing these players, so we just keep recycling until we get the right player that you want to bring. Otherwise, guess what you need to just do? Allow for Klopp to pick the players that he wants to play or would play. Period. You don't need a sporting director.
So it's
He would then be the sporting director.
So
He failed at that.
I'm gonna correct you there, 12 man.
He failed at that shit.
So Darwin's deal was 65 million up front, and Redbird is absolutely correct. And there was 20 million in add-ons. That's
Right.
if he hits certain things, and he's not. And from what I know, he has not hit what it was for the add-ons. So it's
we've
65
paid
million.
we've paid 80 million so far. The day he played against Man City, some of the add-ons became due. We've paid 80 million.
But he had to hit levels though, certain accomplishments to get those add-ons.
I think those were more like number of matches he played, yada yada yada. We've paid 80 million. You can research that. We paid 80 million.
Now, number 2, 12 man. Everyone always talk bringing FSG into this, right? I'm not no FSG fan. Let me just put the disclaimer out there. Okay,
I get that.
they're businessmen. They're not football guys. They know nothing about football. They just run a business. Okay. The last few seasons, our sporting director was Smatka. Before that was Julian Ward. Okay. Since Micah Edwards left, all the pull was in Klopp hands. Every single one. All of these signings you've seen most recently were signings and targets from Pep Linders that he convinced Klopp is going to fit the system, and they went after him. And I'll give you a good example of why. The committee at Liverpool in this off-season wanted Thuram. They agreed to get Thuram. Klopp and Linders wanted Gravenberch. We got Gravenberch. They boycotted and vetoed the committee based on the data and analytics that they've seen that Thuram would have been a better fit to Liverpool. Klopp and Linders wanted Gravenberch. We got Gravenberch. Linders wanted Gakpo. He was the missing piece. And that was a comment that came straight out of his mouth. That was a Linders sighting again that Klopp went ahead with. Klopp had all the pull.
Let me add another quip that he put in one of his interviews, that the more Liverpool became orange, the better. I'm quoting him. The more orange Liverpool became, the better. What an
Listen,
ass.
if
Wait up, Barnes.
I just
I also read apparently the committee wanted Nkunku.
yes,
They got Nunes.
Nkunku,
Yeah.
correct, and they went and got Nunes. The committee wanted Nkunku, and they wanted to get Nunes. Over the last few years, this team has slowly been moved into the style of football that Pep Linders enjoys and likes. Klopp football. If you watch Klopp over the years, when he first came to Liverpool in the first couple of years with Liverpool, Klopp football is rock and roll football. The fullbacks bombing up and down the wings, and high intensity, high press, high counter press. Okay, that's Klopp's style. He played it in Dortmund. He came here. He did it again. Over the last few years, you've seen this system come into play. Now you had Salah going to the touchline. Then you have this ball possession-based type of system with not as much counter pressing going on. And you had now the inverted system implemented. This is not Klopp's tactics. These are Linder's tactics. Linder's done the inverted thing when he was a head coach. These are all Linder's. Linder's runs the actual practice facility. Klopp doesn't. Linders does everything on when it comes to practice.
No, but that's typically what an assistant coach does, though. That's
this is all his style. He got his players to fit how he wants to play.
I'm sorry, Chris, but when you say assistant coach, he ain't no good assistant coach.
He's a coach. Klopp was just Klopp's been checking for a while.
He would not get that ability because, as I said, dog doo-doo.
So Klopp and Linders had all the pull over the last few years, Angel. It had nothing to do with FSG. It really didn't. It's all them. FSG don't get involved with football. That's like Boston. They don't get involved with the Boston Red Sox, bro. They own the team. They don't get involved because that's not their thing.
I know that people, I know sometimes when I say the whole like Moneyball concept and everything, people, it might be a little bit dated now because, or might be overused in a sense, but I also reference the sheer fact that, you could say what you want about FSG, you can say what you want about JW, but I think that he is an incredibly astute businessman. And like a good businessman, you don't, and this is something that I know I do with the businesses that I own. You don't necessarily run them like with your own hands and get your hands dirty with everything and anything. You get the right people that are competent in whatever it is business that you're going into. So I know people get all, butthurt if he doesn't show up to the games and such. There's more than one owner for FSG. Okay, he is the face of the FSG, but there's more than one actual owner of FSG. So like Billy Hogan or people like that, Billy Hogan's at every game. Okay, so like there's parts of it that I can get that people get all but hurt about, but when it comes to it, you get the right people that can run your organization so that you don't have to know and be an expert on everything and anything. I'd rather make money by knowing if you're sitting here in the board and I own the company and you four are you're a specialist on, I don't know, you're the specialist on basketball, Barnes, and Chris is the specialist on football, and I don't know, and Maddie's specialist on cricket, I don't know, or something like that, or whatever the case, okay? And I got my passport verifier and Uncle Albert, okay? Then guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to have you guys run those portions of I'm going to have you guys run those portions of my business appropriately because I don't have to deal in that kind of stuff. And that's what FSG has always been about.
I agree.
It's called delegation.
Delegation. Of course.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but the
if
correct
you're angry
word,
about the delegation or the people that they picked to be in those delegated roles, that's a different conversation. But often we talk about the results and we collude them with, we're angry about this has gone from FSG to Klopp to now Pep, and now
Oh,
a
that's
version
them
of all
shit.
three kind of muddled together. And I'm like, well,
I've never 12 man. I've never put FSG in with them. My only
Okay.
qualm with FSG is that I think they could be a lot more
They are with them, though.
supportive of the club in the terms of the amount of money that they could have done.
right.
They've made
Well,
some
no,
errors in terms of
you-
investment into the
okay,
club because
okay.
Angel said it perfectly. You won the
Yeah.
Champions League.
right.
John Henry said, we're going to give Klopp what he needs in his summer.
Right.
And
Right.
who did we sign Angel that summer? Reece
Right.
Williams, Harvey Elliott. Who was
Right.
the other one?
Steph Vandenberg.
Step Vandenberg.
Steph,
That was the
Steph,
signings, right?
Steph, not
We did
Steph.
not booster our club, and our poor boy Fabinho was the lone six all by himself for donkey years, doing all the grunt work in Klopp system. Didn't have anyone for him to take rest days that he could keep his legs good.
They
And
took
what
a
happened
turtle
last
and turned him
season?
into a tortoise.
The man legs drop off.
They
Mhm.
And then
took
he
a
ended up
turtle
leaving.
and made him into a tortoise. That's
That
what
is
they
my
did.
only qualm with FSG. A
Man.
lot of the things that has happened recently with the club since
So
Edwards
you don't.
left.
So you honestly think that if Klopp believed, or Pep, or whoever the heck you think is the coach, okay, but let's just for semantics, let's just say Klopp, okay. If you think that Klopp did not think that, oh well, A, Fabinho can handle it, or B, there's no need for this, you think again that FSG had any bit of a say in getting, or not a say, but was the driving force in saying, you know what, I know you got Fabinho, but that's all you're going to get.
No, I'm taking them out the equation, bro. That's not what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay, I'm just
What
asking,
I'm
I'm asking
saying
for
is that
clarity. That's why I'm
Fab
asking
was
for-
there, and they didn't give the money to begin with. First off,
right.
then Klopp went and made signings and made some bad decisions on players that he went for, and didn't back up roles or get backup players for positions that needed to have backup players. How could
Right.
you have it solely on Fab? For 4-5 years, Fab was with us. You had man playing six all by himself for 5 years in your system, and then when Genie left,
Mhm.
who was the workhorse in that midfield, because that
Sure.
midfield was a workhorse midfield with Genie and Hendo, and
Sure.
Fab playing as a destroyer. When
Right.
when Genie left, it fell apart. Fab had to do a lot more than he did before, and his legs fell off. That was on Klopp not filling the role. As Chris alluded to, Robbo, you had Simicast there. Robbo did not have to play every single game. You should have been putting Simicast in those games and get Robbo into a rest mode for a game, for a two. With the amount of games that Liverpool's played over the last few years, Klopp has overworked his players, and it's showing. The legs are falling off. Mohamed Salah has had no cover in his position for years. We've been crying for a right winger to cover for Salah. We haven't had it. We haven't had it. We should have
I have
6
no issues.
players.
You're right.
Two-
I have no issues with that. Yeah. I
What?
know
What do you
it's-
mean?
No, but
We should have
No.
6 players up front, 2 for each position. 2 to cover left wing, 2 to cover right wing, 2 to cover striker.
Right. We did,
Minimum.
but I get what you're saying. We
But we
did,
don't.
but
No,
guess-
we've never had a cover for more. Never. There have been
Right.
fillers for more, but there's never been a down outright right winger to cover for more. Because you know what would I would have done, especially if you had a quality or a younger right winger that had quality, you would have pushed more. You would have pushed more even
That's
more.
That's the thing with FSG, Klopp, wherever you want to blame and stuff. Because for me, they're one entity. FSG,
Thank
Klopp,
you.
is one entity. So, like for me, I'm a bit hard headed, so I'm not going to hear everyone else and saying it's not Klopp's fault. They're one entity, in my opinion, one organism and stuff. Without one doesn't work or whatever.
Mhm.
If you want to look at it that way.
But not only that, I'm blaming FSG because, as they say, when you associate a toilet bowl, it comes along with shit. Right? End of conversation. And at the end of the day, FSG is not football owners. They're getting the right people. Well, guess what? After a 1 year or 2-year period, then fire their ass and bring in the right person. But no, they sat down on their asses and allowed this shit to happen. So I don't care what people say about whatever they do, they're entitled to their own opinions. But at the end of the day, even if you're coming from a business sense, you always refresh your business for the following year.
You're not wrong.
It's
You're not wrong.
no
You're not wrong.
different in football. So don't give me this shit about, well, there's businessmen and they're not involved in football. Okay, you're not involved in football, but you should still have the principle in your mind that guess what? The next year we have to get better. Does
But that's-
Apple come out and say, you know what? Shit,
Okay,
we're gonna
so
launch the
that's
iPhone
fantastic.
12 and we ain't gonna bring out another iPhone for at least 3 years. Every
Again.
goddamn 8 months, there's one coming out.
But that's the
So,
thing, though.
as I
That's the
say
thing.
again,
That's the thing, though.
I
So-
don't want to hear
so
the nonsense.
it is
FSG
somewhat-
is part of the goddamn problem, right? Because as I said, first and foremost, they are cheap owners. And everybody knows most millionaires or billionaires, they are crooks at the end of the day. They don't get their money all the way legitimately. They do shady shit, right? And as I said, at the end of the day, who was the leading person in doing that breakaway with that football stuff? It was that goddamn four-eye fool Henry, right? Because what did he see? He wanted more money, right? They didn't want to do relegation, right? So as I said, they can't have their cake and not eat it at the same time, right? Yes, they're not to blame fully, but guess what? They are part, as Chris said, they are one and same of the entire entity.
I think, and I
Right.
think when you look at, for example, right, you look at Klopp's tenure or whatever, which he's done well in certain points, for example. But what leaves a bad taste in my mouth is the fact that instead of being proactive, we're reactive with certain things, and that's what I'm gonna remember it as.
No, but if you'll remember, didn't he not want to bring in Werner or whatever? And it was Edwards who was like, no, we're going to be getting Salah. So
Oh yeah,
No,
Julian Brandt, Julian Brandt.
it was Julian Brandt.
Julian Brandt. No, he wanted Julian Brandt, and we got Salah.
there you go, Julian Brandt, whoever. He wanted that person, and he did not get that person. And at the end of the day, right, yes, you're supposed to be this great coach, whatever. Hey, fair enough. If that's what people wants to call you, I ain't going to argue with it, but I'm not going to claim it, right? But at the same time, right, okay, you had issues with Bovik or whatever, and you got rid of him. But then you had a yes man who was literally doing his stuff, and then you did what? Sit down on your goddamn ass and said, like, you know what? Go ahead and let him do it. Because as I said, why are you going to bring in people in a role that they've been accustomed to? And then when you get them there, you don't play them in their natural position. I don't want to hear this nonsense about versatility, right? Versatility only works in emergency situations. Chris would understand this more. You got a goddamn unit deployed out. You're not going to say, you know what, the infantryman gonna serve as my goddamn sniper or anything like that. It doesn't work like that. And it's the same premise in goddamn football. I'm not going to be goddamn bringing in somebody who is okay as central player, but you know what? I'm gonna fling him out on the left because I think or analytics tell me this may happen. You know what's the problem with analytics? It's just as they say. Until you get out there in the field and you get that punch, then you would see how it works. That's basic, right? You could do everything computerized. When you goes out in the real world, there's factors that nullify some of the analytics. And yeah, sure, analytics works to a percentage, but it's not 100%. So
You
all
see,
these
to
players
that
do this, and if this
to
player
that-
could do this
to
and
that
stuff,
point that you're making, Maddie. See, to that point that you're making, Maddie. This thing. What as we roll on with our new dispensation and we go we analyze the embers of the club era, we're going to find out that a lot of very bad decisions were taken by
Yeah.
somebody
Yeah.
within the club apparatus. Okay, when we won the Premier League in 2020, all of a sudden, Klopp started believing in his own invincibility. So what it is that they were doing that worked, that is, they had a transfer committee that was recommending what players we should buy, and it began with this renew Henderson, renew Milner thing. I mean, who in his right mind will reject today, knowing what we know today, will reject Bruno Guimaraes and Enzo Fernandez and renew Milner and Henderson? Who in his right mind will do that? But that's exactly what happened.
The
And I
people who fell in
remember,
love.
and I remember what Henderson said after he was renewed. He thanked the coach. He basically made all of us aware that he had hinged whatever had happened to the wagon of Klopp. That was a mistake, because as it showed a few years later, it was a freaking mistake. Henderson had no loyalty to him,
There
as
you go.
he thought. When Henderson saw the bag, he was gone. Okay, so he should have listened to Edwards and his team, and noticed that as soon as Edwards left his team, everybody started bouncing, including Julian Ward, who was appointed. And then Klopp goes in and gets his agent to bring this schmuck guy. He comes to tell us, I'm basically doing Klopp's bidding. Now, I have a theory on why Klopp is leaving, and it's just my theory, and I'm sticking to it, because I know that sooner or later, one day to come soon, somebody's going to write a book that confirms that theory. After we didn't qualify for the Champions League, a 60 million euro plus hole appeared in the bottom line of the venture capitalists. And if anybody knows venture capitalists, if you lose their 10 cents, they have a problem with you, because they work with other people's money. They simply told Klopp that Edwards was going to come back. And Klopp simply didn't want any part of it.
Well,
What they did was they gave him no option but to jump. That's what they did, because they knew that they couldn't fire Klopp. They knew that they can't fire Klopp because it would generate such a hoo-ha. They didn't want to touch that. So they made him a proposal, and that proposal meant he had to jump or to accept Edwards as the person who was going to do the transfers. I'll give you some pointers. Remember that Klopp told us, I decided that I was going to leave in November. I told the owners I was leaving in November. And then Linders the parrot comes and has a press conference, one of the Carabao captains, and said, we decided that this project was ending during the summer. As far as I know, with the seasons that I learned in geography, summer ends somewhere around September. So there's a certain time lag that is not accounted for.
Exactly. Yeah.
Why would Linders tell us we decided it was going to end in the summer, and why did Klopp tell us I told the owners in November? Something is missing.
liars don't have a good memory.
So there was something that he wasn't telling us. And then couple that with the fact that FSG or whoever it is, however you want to call them, have installed Edwards in Klopp's face. Klopp is still at post. They've installed Edwards. Edwards is working when they know that Klopp and Edwards and Klopp don't see eye to eye. If you remember, there was a press conference in which he was asked, oh, did Edwards try to talk you into staying? What did Klopp say? He retorted sharply by saying no, because he's not stupid. And I was like, that's weird. Why would you say that? It's and it's simply the extent of the animosity. And for me, I'm saying this, and you guys mark it down anywhere. One fine day, we will find out that Klopp was called and told that, hey, dude, we gave you the order of Anfield to do what you want when we intervened on your side, but it didn't work out. So we're bringing Edwards back.
So wait, 1 second on your theory, right? Because I like to analyze situations and stuff, right? And I like to get more negative because that's just the type of person I am. Right? So your theory
Yeah,
is
because you fix
No,
broken fucking bones. That's why.
Yeah.
You're
No,
negative.
but honestly, what the
No,
chat that you got include the chat's comments too at some point too, because the chat is including some very valid points.
So for example, right? If let's say for example, in the summer, they told Klopp, they gave him the ultimatum, like your theory says, and then they allowed him to waste the money in the summer. FSGs are idiots, and they need to go.
But at that time, Edwards hadn't agreed to come back, and we needed to play. Right? We needed to play. Time wasn't standing still for them. We needed to play.
But isn't that technically a waste of money, though?
No, I'm saying that we needed to play. The league was not going to wait until Edwards decided whether he was going to come back or not. Also remember that Edwards decided, and rightfully so, that he wasn't going to come back just as the sporting director. He wanted to be 2 levels up above the coach for very good reason. He is the one who brought Klopp, right?
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, Klopp now becomes his what do you call it? His an antagonist, so to speak. Notice that even now, he's brought in Richard Hughes to be above the head coach before it gets to. So he's introduced 2 levels of bureaucracy before the coach gets to him. That's for his own security or insecurity, as however you want to call it. So he knows he's been beaten before. He don't want no part of having a coach who is going to come and basically usurp power in that place. It's all a power play thing. And as far as I can see, and like I said, it's just my theory. I'm not asking anybody to accept it. I think that something nasty happened. They called the guy. They told him, "Hey, dude, this amount of money that has been burnt in our bottom line, we need to fix it." And clearly, some of your decisions haven't panned out. And
But not
that's
only, but not only that, Uncle, you got to understand. Slaw or whatever the hell they call him, they pronounce it, right?
Lock.
He's coming in. What is his role? Coach the theme, right? That's what Klopp was going to be put into. You don't, they ain't going to be no Linda's stoogie underneath you. You now going to coach the team. You ain't going to be no manager
that's it.
anymore. Right? So, as I said, people talk about, oh, they're making us healthy and all that sort of stuff. You know what that reminds me of? LFC win the stuff for the least amount of fouls played in the league, that sort of shit. You're healthy and you're not winning, then you're still losing because you're not competing. And that's what football is about at the end of the day. Competing. Right? End the conversation.
It's not
So-
the end of the conversation. But,
And for purposes, anybody in the chat and anybody who's watching, me and 12 ain't got no beef, okay? We were
no,
both,
not at all. Not at all. At all.
But we ain't got no beef, so nobody try to make beef or bring smoke between anybody, because as
Right, right.
at the end of the day, as much as I love LFC, I can
Right.
give up on LFC because LFC don't make me breed or die or determine my happiness. When I die, LFC ain't coming out to my funeral. So
Right.
there's
true.
love as far as in like the enjoyment part, but Because people have asked me, well, why don't you start your own channel? And I watch them and I say, for what? Because I would be banned. Because I would say some shit on there because I hold no tongue. I'm not coming nowhere to be hemmed in like some broken in pony. I'm a wild Mustang, like they call it in America. I run wild and free. But as I said, at the end of the day, Klopp saw that, guess what? Edwards was coming back in, and he knew that it was not going to be a rose petal kind of a situation. He knew it was going to be very contentious. And then a lot of his wants and sees and his ideas, it would have been put out, but Edwards would have just come, yeah, bro, I'm the CFO now, football operation overseer. No.
So what?
Maddie, look at the way in which he has gutted all the guys that Klopp used to work with. Isn't it strange that they refuse to hand over the team to Linders, but they've gone and brought another Dutchman? If you really want to talk about the profile of a coach who can take over, let's just assume without admitting that you want to follow on from Klopp, you don't need to do any data, anything to know that the next best person will be Linders, because Linders will fit with Linders will basically replicate what Klopp was doing without any what do you call it, any skew, so to speak. But they made it clear to him that we're not giving you the job. They've gone for another Dutchman. Why? Because Edwards doesn't want to have anything to do with all Klopp's yes men. He's just fired John Atterberg. And you know, you can
Wait,
as it
what?
were, you can.
They fired him too and stuff.
Yeah, he's fired John Atterberg as well.
Oh,
You
yeah,
see,
a lot
you can
happened.
gloss,
What happened in a week?
you can dress it up anyhow you like. Look, you can take a pig and you can put pearls in his neck, carry it to the market and call it Jennifer. At the end of the day, it's still swine. That's exactly what he's done. Okay, that's exactly what he's done. And some people want to live in this world where they want to Klopp woke up one morning and he decided he had had enough, and no, that's not true. Dude signed a 3-year contract extension that was paying him £15 million a year. He didn't even get to half of that contract. He said, I'm walking. Something happened, people. Something happened.
Wait, well, all right, all right. 12th man. Before you get the positive, let me see something positive and stuff. Can it just be he just wants to spend time with the family and stuff? Like, and I'm a family.
I mean, the man's a grandfather. He is a grandfather.
I'm a family man. You know what I mean? Like,
and a newly married.
So hold on. Did Klopp's siblings all of a sudden went and had 15 children? Because I'm sure.
No, Klopp's a granddad first grandchild.
Yo,
yeah, but what I'm saying,
if you're paying me £15 million a year, my family will kind of love me more, don't you think?
All right, on Sunday nights, hold on 1 second. Have any of you guys seen a new goalkeeper kit for next season?
Fire. Yes.
I
think it's fire.
You know what? I kind of don't like this whole new. You know, I'm not too half-assed about this new kit, man. I don't like the color, man.
That's the goalkeeper's kit.
Is the goalkeeper kit, Uncle Albert? You like this one?
I'm looking. I want to see is the away jersey announced or no?
No, not yet.
Not yet. No.
Man, it looks like a disappointed panther, man. Yeah.
Disappointed what? Panther? That you said?
Yeah, panther.
Well, go ahead, 12 man. I'm sorry. Like you can have your say, brother.
Go ahead, 12 man.
So all right. So there's a lot to break down there. What I did want to definitely address is the sheer fact of I understand some of us have been following this club for decades. I've been a decade now follow this club. I know there's some of us that have followed for more than the decades I've followed. Okay, but I know that pretty much I think everyone on the panel does remember the Hicks and Gillette era and such, and we all understand of where we were and where we were going and what was about to happen to this club, and we also understand the fact that there were other groups that were in the bidding for this club. I remember there was a Chinese investors that were possibly about to buy this club. There was some of I think even the Manchester City, some of the minority stake owners of Manchester City were even interested in possibly.
Sheikh Maktoum also wanted to buy Liverpool.
Yeah, exactly. So, there's a lot of different people that were in the bidding or in the running to have this club as their own. What's unique is that with this club, I don't ever think that I know you guys have had FSG being liars and being this and being that. FSG came out and said what they're going to do with this club from the very beginning. It's not like, this is like you pulled some wool over our eyes and you said you're going to reach into your pockets and go crazy with the expenditures or go, do this or do that. That was never the case of FSG. They say they're going to take over the club and make it self-sufficient. Therefore, that's what they did. And it wasn't trying to change. This isn't me trying to change history. This is exactly what they said they were going to do. And this is exactly what they did. So I know though, when Hicks and Gillette were the owners, they told us they were going to get us a new stadium, or they're going to get us, new additions to the stadium, and they were going to do all these different things with the club, and they're going to do this, do that, and they didn't. They basically just took out loans on the club and basically tried to bilk us in a sense to the point where we're on the verge of administration. So I get that we all have this hindsight concept of saying this or that, whether it's about the players, whether it's about the ownership. But the reality and the facts are just that, is that FSG came in, made us self-sufficient. They also came into an era of the Premier League where FFP was supposed to have the bite and the actual teeth or bite, however you want to reference it, that it has currently. If it did have that from the very beginning of when FSG took over this club, and we didn't have the likes of a Manchester City cooking the books and allegedly and doing all the different things that they did or are doing currently, then we wouldn't have such a negative light or negative point of saying what FSG has done for this club. That being said, there's also parts and points of when we talk about this Edwards thing. I know that either you're saying Klopp's a liar, okay, which is possible. I mean, if you want to call him that, I'm not saying Klopp's a liar, but you're either calling Klopp a liar, you're calling some of the players liars, you're calling possibly even the organization liars as to the timeline that was given to us. Because the timeline that was given to us has nothing to do with Edwards. It has nothing to do with Edwards. I'll repeat that. In that Edwards, in the time that Klopp decided that he wanted to take a break from football, has nothing to do with each other. And it could be just what Chris said earlier, and it's something that I can understand, in that Klopp was ready to give up last year.
Before he signed, I think, right? I think it was before he signed, yeah.
So he was ready to walk away last year. If it wasn't for his wife at the time, he wouldn't have even resigned.
That's hearsay.
Who heavily influenced. I'm not saying that she's the only influence.
That's hearsay.
But he was a heavy influence in him making that decision. Okay?
Hearsay.
So I don't even think that's hearsay. I believe he said that in
I think he said
no,
that too.
She could be part of it, but nobody can tell me that she made him stay. I'm not going. Y'all can agree with it.
50 million,
I'm
Matty.
saying
I
50
mean, like
million.
again, I get that, and
Wait,
that's why I'm trying to get across that we all have lines in the sand that we could draw. We all have lines of what we're going to accept and what we're going to believe. We can bring up our speculations, we can bring up our own concepts and what we want to say and what we want to believe. None of us were in the room. I'm not trying to even pretend that I was, okay? But what I can go by is what I'm told by the people that were. And if you want to call them liars, cool. That's your prerogative. I'm not. I'm going to allow for what they said to be believed until it's proven.
12 man,
Yes.
let me ask you a question. Do you honestly believe, and you see, and I've worked for a large organization before. So when it comes to protecting the organization, not saying everything that has happened is not necessarily telling a lie. You didn't say exactly what happened. Do you honestly think that what happened between Klopp and Salah just a few days ago in West Ham, it was all smoothed over and everything went and there was kumbaya and everybody they just held hands and everybody went, come along, Kitty Winky, and it just went away? No, of course not. There was an underlying current. I mean, unless people in North Korea believe that Kim Jong Un and his father they came from the skies. That's up to them.
Right.
But
Okay.
I'm simply saying that sometimes not saying everything, it doesn't necessarily mean you are lying and you are protecting your players. I have my differences with Klopp, but let me tell you one of the things I absolutely love about him.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to put his business out in the media. He doesn't behave like Ten Hag, right? Klopp got rid of his whole midfield this season, beginning of this season, without firing a shot. But make no mistake, he fully intended to get rid of them. Remember, this guy came to tell us. Henderson came to say openly that he had a conversation with the manager, and the manager told him, "Look here, you are not going to be involved as much as you were because last season you were shit." But Klopp didn't want to say it. Henderson came to say it. So sometimes it's good to protect the organization by not saying everything. Another thing Klopp does is he never ever says anything adverse against the owners. Do you honestly think he hasn't lost his rag against them when he wants money, for example, Bellingham, and they tell him, okay, there's no, we don't have enough for Bellingham, or he wanted money for Tchouameni and he didn't get it, or he wanted money for, I think at a point in time he even wanted Mbappe. They didn't give him the money. So I wouldn't necessarily call him a liar, but he doesn't say everything. Doesn't make him a liar.
He
Right?
did what they do in America, Pops. He pleaded the fifth.
Oh, what's up, guys? You good?
Yeah, man, all good, man, all good. I was just listening in the background and it some interesting conversations, but like funny at the same time.
No. What's your say, man? Speak your mind, man.
Well, what's the topic of conversation? Because obviously I was just in and out, so.
Right now, it's just in regards to Klopp, FSG.
It
We're
changes.
talking
It changes.
changes. You know what I mean? Conspiracy theories, fairy tales, fairies, all that type of stuff, man.
Well, the first thing I'll probably kick off by saying is that Klopp and FSG, they're all enablers of each other. Let's just be honest. Like, the thing is, like, from top to bottom, everybody's an enabler, and even all the way down to some of like a large section of the fan base as well. And because the thing is the buck ultimately does stop with the owners, because they have allowed us to go down this route in terms of transfers, the way the footballing side of things operated, from like obviously the sporting director, the changing guard of like the influence of the sporting directors in terms of transfers, to obviously Klopp and Linda's and like the inconsistencies in ever since 1920, where we won the league, we fell off, we competed for all 4 trophies, we fell off again, and then we sort of came back up, but fell at the last hurdle again. It's just been very inconsistent since 1920, to be honest with you. And I've said this on record, obviously on this show and on other channels where I've obviously on other call-ins as well. Since 1920, I think the club as a whole became very complacent and became very arrogant. And it's because it's very easy to get to the top, but it's not very easy. Sorry, it's hard to get to the top, to get to the pinnacle, but it's even harder to stay there. And we didn't do enough as a club to ensure that we put ourselves in the best position possible going into seasons after 1920 to ensure that we maintained success. We kind of just got comfortable, and I mean that's why we haven't won. That's played a big part in why we haven't won as many honors as we should have. And the whole institution
we
is to
bought
blame.
Adrian after we won the league. We bought Adrian. We bought Sepp Vandenberg, who has never kicked a ball in anger for us, and we bought Harvey Elliott. How does that portend for a serious team? What was that?
It doesn't. Like a champion, to be fair, like there's a very good point as well, because when we actually got to the pinnacle, when we came to the big stage and arrived, was when we won the Champions League in 2019. We were considered top 2, top 3 best teams in the world.
Yeah, at that time, yeah.
That from that moment onwards, we should have strengthened in a position of power, and we didn't. We just relied on the core players that we had to get to the top, and we supplemented them with squad players, but here and there, but not players good enough to, pose a serious threat to the starting 11. Even if they were,
let me ask you a question, guys. This season, because there's no point talking about the past. To be honest, it is what it is. It ain't gonna change, right? It's just history.
Yeah.
Right, but this season, right? For me, just looking at the games, there's no fight in this team. There's no hunger. There's no. And I want to ask why. Why do you think so? Maybe you think differently and stuff, but for me, I don't see a fight. I don't see no fight, no pride, no. And it's just weird to me. There's no fight, right, in the pitch, but you got Mo Salah wanting to fight Klopp in the touchline and shit. What
Because
type of BS is that?
Salah worries about his own personal stats. He doesn't give a shit about anything else.
But go ahead, guys. My bad.
I mean, when it comes to this season, like for me, I think the biggest problem, and I always go back to this saying: hindsight is a wonderful thing, but foresight isn't for everyone.
It's a bar, right?
And the thing is when we were winning games at the start of the season, right? But the performances weren't matching the results. And what I meant by that was we were playing well in spurts of games. We were going behind in a lot of games, but coming back. We were having to go through adversity, like being a man or two down for us to kick into gear. We would never come out all guns blazing and start strong on the front foot, and then which would then allow us to maybe rest a couple of our big hitters towards the end when the game got comfortable. And as a consequence of that, the stats speak for itself. I think, what is it now, 24 out of 35 games we went behind this season. That's just in the league, by the way. And to be fair, that's borderline disgraceful for so-called like for a top 3 team in the league, top 5 team in Europe, which I consider that we are. And you're not going to win titles like that. You're not going to win major honors like that. And that comes to a tactical thing, which obviously comes back
God,
to the
guess
coaching
what?
staff and the manager.
Guess what? We did the same thing last season. Same stat. Exactly the same stat. 24 times last season we went behind. We've done it again this season.
Yeah, to be fair, you're right. The only difference is we probably had our individual players that were like producing a lot more moments this season to get us out of jail. And so that comes to a tactical issue with the coaching. But the way these players have also not helped themselves or not covered themselves in glory, especially the forward line, to be honest with you. The forward line is an absolute shambles. I mean, chance after chance after chance, and you can't finish your dinner. Yes, that's not on the coaching staff and the manager, but the issue I've always had with Klopp as well, and I've seen this all over the last couple of years. Do you remember like I think it was, I would say, the November, December time of last season where we had a midfield crisis and Klopp was forced to change formation where we played a front 2. And when we played a front 2, we actually went on a good winning streak where I think we were undefeated for like 6-7 games. We slapped a few teams as well, and we played a 2 up front. And then as soon as the midfielders come back, we revert back to type with a front 3, and then we have that same shitty form again. And then it became a resurrection job where he tweaked something because we were so bad, right? And then we ended up what a point, we're just missing out on Champions League. But the thing is if you look at the profile of our strikers,
before you joined the stream, Chris did say that we are always reactive. This
yeah,
two
I
that
agree
you're
with that
talking
as well.
about, this front 2 that you're talking about is the front 2 that we used to beat Man City, and then we reverted to front 3 the next match and we lost.
Yeah, but it's not just the Man City game. I remember the Rangers game, but I remember the Ajax game in the Champions League. I remember Southampton.
Yeah.
I remember West Ham.
Right.
We won all
You're
those
right.
games, but we played a front 2.
Right.
And the thing is our strike, the forward line, the forward players we have, besides maybe Diaz, you could say, all of them, all their attributes are tailor-made to play a front 2 system. They can all play a front 2 system. Even Nunes, as poor as he is, piss poor he is, he'll probably benefit most out of playing in a front 2 system. Just play him on the left of the 2 where he can run the channels, play off the other front man. I reckon we can get quite a bit out of him regardless of how bad he is. But the thing is we're very stubborn with the 2 up front.
What player are we talking about?
Madrid doing now? What are Real Madrid doing now? They're playing a front 2. Isn't that what they're doing?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Ancelotti's always been very flexible with his tactics and formations. Klopp, he's only ever flexible when his hand is forced. That's the issue. That's the difference.
That's not accurate, but okay.
I
know it's one of the few people.
Why do you disagree, Tough Man? Why do you disagree?
It's because I know it's one of the few people on the panel that actually do like to break down tactics, or do like to really get into some of the tactics that he uses. Klopp even spoke about it as of recently. Let me think of what game it was. It was like, I think 2-3 games ago, when he was asked in an interview or asked in his presser, basically, and he spoke about how in the game he went from the 4-3-3 into a 4-2-3-1, and then eventually was in a 4-4-2. This team, despite the fact of what we've heard from some of the chat or even some of the panel, this team is certainly different than what we initially saw from Klopp when he arrived at this at the club. Considering that he did play a 4-2-3-1 initially, as in he did utilize a lot more of a 4-2-3-1 as opposed to a 4-3-3. But even so, the fluidity that we've created through via, if you want to say, I think it is a lot of Pep influence, and I agree on that. But the fluidity that we've created has created a sense where a lot of what you're saying about, oh, well, this player needs to play here or this needs to play there, most of the time when you do see the actual formations, you can't tell me. Sometimes it takes a while for you to break down what formation we're actually even in, because you see players playing in roles or positions that you're unfamiliar seeing them in. But your brain automatically goes back to what you saw, and that's the first image that you saw when they bring up the lineups, and that's 4-3-3. And that's all you can associate it with.
Okay.
But that's not actually what is going on during the game. So like, I understand that, you might not appreciate or even enjoy the football that you're seeing. You might not appreciate, or even I'm with you. I'm not high on the results that we're getting with our finishing, but there is something you can say in that we do play a variety of formations, a variety of different organizations of our players on the pitch. And again, if you don't want to see that or you don't want to recognize it, that's on you. But I just want to tell you that, like, I know I see it. I know I see it because even when I'm breaking down my own tactic breakdowns, what I do for my channel, like, often I'm watching other people's breakdowns of that are even more diverse and more, cultured with how this exactly works than myself. And I'm learning all the time. And what I've seen, and this is something I pointed out, I got called like crazy when I said this, but I've been pointing out ever since our 7-up win, you can see the fluidity that exists on this team. The sheer fact that you watch that game, that's a game that everyone should love or appreciate watching. You will see every goal that we scored was from a player not playing technically in the positional pitch they should be in. Rewind it. There's 7 goals to watch. Enjoy. And that's what you'll understand why I say what I said.
12 man, I have a question for you still, because you're the, you're the one that, if anyone hasn't subscribed,
he's the gatekeeper.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't subscribed, please subscribe.
I'm the only one that gets to go to the lunchroom cafeteria.
Yeah. So if anyone hasn't, if anyone hasn't subscribed to Liverpool 12 man channel, please go and stuff. He's very insightful with like stats and tactics and stuff. He's really good at putting
appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
But a question for you, right? Because you said like Liverpool, they set up differently, right? In paper, it shows 4-3-3, but technically speaking, they change based on, I guess, oppositions or whatever.
Certainly.
Right. So, but can I ask you this? And this is where it goes negative, right? You know me, I always gotta throw the negative stuff, right?
Sure.
Why hasn't it worked? Because this season we're short again this season. So do you think Do you think maybe is it because there's no stability in formations? Is it because the players aren't good enough? Why haven't we accomplished what, I guess, in your opinion, right? Beginning of the season, you wanted the quad, right? So why is it that we haven't achieved it in your opinion? In your opinion,
I've got an answer to that, but I'll go talk about first.
Okay, I do have an answer too. You want to go first, Gags, or you want
No? You can go, and then I'll go after you.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
What I was going to say is this. Look, we have been unfortunate. And I know people can say, oh, well, every team has injuries and the like. And I understand that. And I'm not trying to make that an excuse. I'm not trying to make that as a scapegoat. But it is a reality. And one of the unique things about, for instance, with let's take Arsenal, for example. One of the things that I do and can appreciate from Arteta, and it's even difficult to say that, but I mean, like, realistically, what I can accept and appreciate is the fact that they've created a center back pairing that plays pretty much every game, to the point where they have a real solidified core of understanding each other, a real solidified base. Because I know that there are those of us that would have, at least at some point, have said that VVD and Konate are a better center back pair in talent, at least, than Arsenal's center back pair. But the major difference between that is when you look at the actual minutes that they play on the pitch. And familiarity is a crucial element to having success on the pitch, in my humble opinion. And I think why I say that is because the same things that we got out of that front three, those out of our dynamic front three of Mane, of Bobby and Salah, one of the unique thing about it is that they pretty much played all the time together. True. To the point where they knew where each other liked to get the ball, where they knew how each other wanted to press. They knew where and how the spacing was. They all had a select, like almost telepathic link with each other. However, when you don't have that, and because of a lot of the injuries that we've had as well, you're not privileged to have those kinds of connections. Now we have great talent, and we've had talented players, whether youth academy players or whether squad players or whatever, or the like, step up and really fill in the voids that we've needed them to do, and really stepped up to get us some results that we didn't think we were capable of. But what I can say is that familiarity is important. The ability to understand and know that you have a team is the sheer reason why the team, when you hear a coach, he always talks about having that training time, having that ability to have that time to train and get everyone on the same page and have everyone know, oh, this player, I know he's going to know that I like to take runs, or I know he knows that I like to have the ball placed at this part of the pitch. It's those little things that familiarity will bring with you. And we, unfortunately, because a lot of the injuries that we've had to sustain this year, and especially to key players, we haven't had the ability to have that consistency in runs with this team. I believe that we can all say honestly, if we were to have a consistent run with the core members of this team, we would have a different result right now. And that has nothing to even go on to the whole point of like what the PGMOL has done to help our circumstances as well. But all the same, that's just my opinion. And then
let me push back on this a little bit.
I'll do the gags too.
Do you realize that for the best part of this season, Manchester City haven't had their three of their four best players available, whether it was Kevin De Bruyne or Haaland or John Stones. They still managed to get their stuff done. And then for us, we produced some very, very good results when Salah and Trent were not on the pitch. In fact, I dare say, without having all the empiricism, that I think we've been playing worse since Salah and Trent came back.
I would push back this to say that I don't think that KDB has been a very, very welcome addition to City. But I think what you're missing out is that City pretty much rise or fall on pretty much one player, I believe, and that's Rodri. I believe Rodri is one of the key elements of their team. And I think that if you look at their record this year, when he's in the lineup and when he's not in the lineup, that's when they either win or they lose.
He's undefeated in like 70 games with Man City.
Exactly. So thank you guys for that backup.
But they've drawn a whole lot of games with him in it. And at this level, at least at the top level of the EPL, a draw is almost as bad as a defeat. You see, what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is that with us, it's been a lot of faux pas. Look, let's like you said, let me drop the PGMOL for a moment, because They
Oh
are
no,
part of. They are part of
they're
the
definitely
reason
part of
why.
it. Yeah, I didn't want
Yeah,
to go there. I didn't want to go there, but you're right.
yeah, they are definitely part of the reason why we are where we are. But if Nunes finishes his chances against Luton, we have a 2-point difference. Salah finishes those chances he messed up against Manchester United, we have a 2-point difference. Nunes finishes those chances is a 2-point difference. How do we have 67 shots against a particular team and only score 1 goal in open play? And we all know, let's just have that conversation now, that we got a very soft penalty against Manchester United. We would have lost that match at Old Trafford. How is it that Salah puts Diaz in against Man City? Diaz, put the fucking ball in the net. Diaz misses that chance. Diaz misses the chance. Trent against Arsenal. Trent, just put the ball in the net. All you needed to do was to side foot the ball in the net. You put your laces through it, it hits the bar. Right? I could go
Uncle,
on. I could go on and on and on and on. So against Brighton, Gravenberch, you have an open pool. The goalkeeper was nowhere to be found. Put the fucking ball in the net. We didn't put in. That's another 2-point difference. So all things good being equal, we could have been out of sight by now. And all these bad results we are having right now wouldn't have made a difference. Look at Leicester. Leicester went out with such force in the beginning of the season that the bad results that they had towards the end of the season really didn't end up making too much of a dent in where they were. So as much as other extenuating factors have come in, we are our profligacy. For me, what has cost us the title is our profligacy. Let's just admit that, right? Yeah, the PGMOL, yeah, they've done their bit. But if you're scoring, for example, in Man City, if against Man City, sorry, if Diaz puts that chance away, what that moron did at the end of the match? What would it have had to do with anything, right?
Mhm.
So our profligacy is what has cost us, and up to today, I still can't believe we went to Luton and drew. I still can't believe we went to play at Goodison Park and lost. And we lost that match. We
Put
lost.
respect on Luton.
I mean,
Luton is
that's
not.
one of the
That's
matches
not
that
a.
we
That's not
lost.
an easy place. That's not an easy place. I'm sorry, I just want to direct. Luton is not an easy place to go. All the top teams that went there, they ended up getting wins. I understand that a lot of them did, but it wasn't like they got some, overwhelmingly like.
12 man. That's the difference. All the teams we are competing with went to Luton and won. All the teams we are competing with went to Goodison Park and won. And in fact, if you know Liverpool, Goodison Park is less than a mile away from Anfield. In fact, when you are standing at Anfield, you can see Goodison Park. So it's more or less a
You've
home
probably
match.
been to a game though. You've probably been to a game. I know you have most likely have. So I know you go to a lot of the games. Let's not even begin to pretend as though Everton, the Derby is something not different.
No, I'm not
to Everton versus Liverpool,
don't get me
as
wrong.
opposed
I'm
to
not diminishing 12 man. I'm not diminishing all the fervor that surrounds the derby. I'm simply saying that if Arsenal go there and beat them 5-0, we shouldn't go there and go and lose. Right?
The Luton
Am I
game,
making any sense?
12 man. The Luton game, 12 man. To be fair, we missed 6 clear-cut chances. I mean, open goals in that game. That should have been
finish our dinner. I'm not saying that we should be content with a draw. Luton. I'm just trying to get across that for the same things that I've heard a lot of people say about some of these teams. Look, every away match in the Premier League is a tough match. Some of these matches, especially when it comes to our rivals, are extremely, extremely difficult matches. I'm not saying I'm content, nor do I expect us to, want to get out of there with a draw. I'm expecting and wanting us to go into every match and win, but I'm trying to get across that I'm putting a little bit of respect on the fact that Luton played up to a level, and we played down somewhat to a level in that game, and that we did not finish our chances.
But
And we were fortunate. We were fortunate to have a player that wasn't even expected to play at the moment, be called off the bench and get us any type of result with that header that he got from him.
No, but 12th man, you said something there that we for that game we played down a level, right? Which is understandable, right?
Down isn't like we had six or seven, however many chances we had, and we just look, we got to finish our chances. Period.
No, but that's been something that's been happening all season, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that's been happening all season. So maybe because of how disappointing the season has been, I'm trying to find someone to blame, because this isn't normal. Like, and Uncle just said it earlier, right? Last season we conceded first 24 times. This season the same thing again. It's a repetition now.
Oh, and I get that. No, and I'd say the biggest thing for me too is the sheer fact of, look, if we, and I want to let Gags, because Gags wanted to have a point after my point as well, Gags, so I haven't forgotten. I won't take too much of his time up.
Yeah, no worries.
What I was going to say is...
Go ahead, Tolman. It's a discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, what we were saying about it is, I can understand the fact of, I want to see us finish our dinner. I want to see us score. Now, I brought it up. I think I brought it up on your show as well, about the number of chances that we're getting. But what's concerning about it is, now at least we're getting a lot of shots. But now that not only is that the shots that we're getting dipped a little bit, but now it's often the shots on target are equal to the shots on target that our opponents are getting. That's concerning, despite the fact that they're getting far less shots. They're getting still the same number of shots on target. That's concerning, especially since a lot of them will be counters and such. But what the real point of it is that, and it's what the reason why Klopp has said it himself, is that it'd be more of a concern if we weren't even getting the opportunities or the chances or the shots. That's one thing I can say, is that I'd rather at least be able to fine-tune something to figure out how to get these shots more on target, how to get these shots more clinical, to be more clinical for our shots. That's something I would love to see us work on and see us figure out. But if we're not even getting these shots or getting these big chances, that's huge. That's a big thing. And not everyone gets
and guys, I'm
not going to respond after this. I'll let you go.
Do you know a stunning statistic? Do you know a stunning statistic that I unearthed today? Do you know that no team has had more possession than Liverpool this season when we played them? Mm-hmm. No team, not even Man City. Even at Etihad, we had more possession than they did. Mm-hmm. It's a shocking statistic. So what are we doing with the possession? Against Luton, we had 83% possession. What do we do with that damn possession? Sideways passes.
No, well, certainly. That's something we did a watch along. Again, I'm sorry, guys. We did a watch along for the 2001 matchup against Man United. And one of the things that we commented on during the broadcast was the simple fact of how fluid, or how the game just progressed, how it was very, very progressive in the flow of the game. And that's because a lot of it wasn't a sheer matter of how much possession we had. It's about what kind of possession we have. And there's a difference. We're going to see a difference in this coach's approach to possession, in that there are going to be times when, rather than just pass the ball, you're going to see players put the cleats on top of the ball to kind of force teams to press us or come out of their shell and come towards us to try to get the ball, as opposed to us just passing it sideways, backwards. I hate that kind of possession as well, and I have no issues or problems with you saying the like. I want to see more progressive passing.
Just to add before I let guys go and stuff, we're missing chances, right? We're not clinical enough as well. We have possession, but we don't do nothing with it. And at the same time as well, to add on what Uncle said, we don't pass the ball well. Mm-hmm. The passing this whole season has been atrocious
and slow.
And what are they doing in training and stuff? I don't want to hear, at least we're shooting on target, or at least we're shooting, or at least we have chances. We had 9 months to work on it, and no improvement has happened.
Yeah.
You know, our central strike, like I said, I wasn't very big on stats because I'm the eye test kind of guy. But people like 12 Man has forced me to dip back into my profession, and now I'm doing stats like no man's business. You know, Darwin has played 62 games for us, right?
Mhm.
He scored 20 games and he's missed 46 big chances. 22 of those big chances he's missed are through passes that came from Salah. I mean, that's a damning indictment. Haaland has played the same amount of games, 62 games for Man City. He scored 57 goals and missed 52 big chances, right? So if you take those chances that they missed, somebody will come back to me and say, "Oh, but Haaland has missed more big chances than Darwin, but he's also scored 57 goals, right?"
Yeah.
So we simply must admit that we have a problem with the guy who's supposed to get us the goals. We have a problem with it. So my brother Chris is saying, my opinion, I've given the dude 2 seasons. Life is short, you know. We can't give you 2 seasons to keep fucking up and give you a third. There has to come a time when we say, hey,
12 Man,
uh, uh,
can you do me a favor, 12 Man? Because you're into stats, you probably have it right there.
Mhm.
How many Premier League goals did Nunes score last season, and how much he's on now?
He scored
Okay.
9 last season. He's on
He's
11
on
now.
11 now.
That's
Yes.
not. And remember, guys, last season was a very bad season. Like, he hasn't improved, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Mhm.
he
People,
misses too many chances in the name of chaos. If we wanted a chaos guy, we'll probably go freaking get a Jack in the Box. That's chaos, right?
fellas, I love you guys. I got to push out.
Yeah.
Gaz, Uncle Albert,
Yeah, man,
Marty,
big up, man.
Minerals, 12th man. Big up.
Yeah.
Great
Yo,
conversation.
guns, man. My
Be
favorite
safe,
man.
brothers. I gonna do some work. I got some work to do, but yeah, love as always. People, make sure you smash your likes. Angel, we'll chat later.
Real bad man. Come on.
Love.
Big up. Take care, Barnes.
So Crab asked the question in the chat that we've been calling Arsenal bottleless. Does that mean we're also bottleless? Well, we bottled this
Yeah.
season, but we are not bottleless because we have 6 European titles and 20 league titles. We are not bottleless, but we bottled this one for sure. I mean, there's
We
no running away from the fact that we bottled it. So I mean, we did it this season, but hopefully we'll do better.
But go ahead,
Let's
guys.
be
You're up.
out. To be fair, let's be honest, right? Apart from the 21-22 season where we were never really top, but we were always chasing, right? This season, we've bottled it. 18-19, we bottled the league. 13-14, we
Follow
bottled the
joke.
league.
09,
And
08.
08-09, I think we were
Sorry.
top at Christmas as well. And we
You were
bottled
top
the
of
league.
Christmas, bro. Rafa ruined your season, bro. He got rattled, bro.
So out of all the title races we've been in the Premier League era, majority of them we have bottled it from winning positions.
Mm.
I mean, the season that Gerrard slipped, it wasn't the slip that cost us the season necessarily. It was the next match.
Don't put the
Yeah. So I mean, this
What
season
the
we really
defense?
messed it up. This season we messed it up really bad. From the day we lost that match against Manchester United at Old Trafford, we've never been the same. We've never been the same.
Exactly.
That's the truth.
Exactly. You haven't been the same. And another problem for Liverpool, I
What
found
team
out. This
has
is my
been the
time
same?
to speak.
Wait, what team has been the same other than City? Because we're talking as if like we're some like as in you're talking as if we're in some like farmers league and we just and we're PSG and we let like I don't know, like Lille or something like that or
Like
whoever
Lille or Lyon. Take points.
like come up and
No, but
win the league. That's not the
Arsenal,
case. That's not even the case.
Arsenal, but for their slip up against Aston Villa, which was a grudge match, they've pretty much done well enough. Hey, don't get me
Exactly,
wrong.
bro.
I'm happy.
Apart from Aston Villa,
wait,
bro,
who
we should
has-
have
I'm
won
happy
against
that
Aston Villa.
I'm happy that Arsenal are going to end the season without a trophy, and they will get 90
hope
points
they
and
do.
still end up without a trophy. That's fantastic for me.
Exactly, man. It's peak. But like surviving Man City, it's like surviving Diddy. Pause. That's what I can say. But
No, Noah, listen. Let's be fair to the facts. Man City do not necessarily go out and buy the most expensive players all the time. The team that does that is Chelsea, and they are ninth,
United.
right? So,
United as well, bro.
talk about those. They buy anything. They buy Uncle Albert. They buy anything, right?
Yeah, bro. They're
I
so
mean,
desperate,
they
bro.
have Manchester United have Phil Jones, who didn't kick a ball for 6 years, and they still paid him £90,000 a week. Now he's getting his coaching
Yo,
back at
Albert,
the same
imagine
price.
you not working for that long, for that period, and you still get paid.
I
You'd have
think
been
I
fired
think I think
years
Luke
ago.
Shaw's on
I don't.
180k as well.
What is everyone's definition of a farmers league, by the way? Because I'm seeing Rasta call it a farmers league. I know that some people are calling us bottlers.
Well,
I mean, like,
well,
if we can get a
well,
definite, just a quick definition, because I don't. Cause I mean, like, I
well.
don't know.
A definition of a farmers league is the direction in which the Premier League is going. Because if Manchester City keep winning the league, come what may, that's your definition of a farmers league.
Exactly. They've won four in a row now.
That's not what I say.
No, but
I got you.
I don't understand
I
the
don't
concept of a farmers league though.
I agree. Like, as in, my concept of a farmers league is meaning that you have a team that's like, hypothetically, you have a team that's like doing, I don't know, 100 points, let's say, in a season, and then
They
second
did it
and third,
before, though.
and then second and third place is like 86 points, or like
So was what
82 points. Like, as in, a farmers league to me is where a league is wrapped up by, like, by the beginning of March or something, or something along those lines. Because I mean, like, that's my conception of a farmers league, and that team is winning and continuously winning every year like that. That's a farmers league. Whereas you have one team that's so far ahead of everyone else, and everyone else is just competing for second.
But that concept, right? Which I'm kind of agreeing with you, 12 man. But if that's the case, then maybe the Premier League has always been a farmers league. Because look at Man United with 13 titles.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, has the league always been a farmers league? I don't know. Like,
No, not really. But
I don't believe so. I mean, there have been teams that have definitely dominated in this league. I'm not disputing that. But what I am saying is that it'd be a different story if United or even City weren't competing with someone in that run. You might have already thought to yourself, oh, City's going to win because of this, or City's going to win because of that. Or maybe in the past you might have said the same for United. But but the thing about it is that, to me, it's less about if a team is so far ahead of one, or if they are competing with that team. And considering that we have competed, even in the years that City have done so well, we've still competed with them for the most part in almost all those years. Not every year, but
I find it to be weird because, like, I don't know, like, competing doesn't, like, people don't remember competing though. They remember who won the trophies and shit.
exactly, it's about winning in the end. That's the thing, tough man. Football's unforgiving.
I'm going to agree with 12 man to the point where I'm not going to call the Premier League a farmers league, because it's like that movie On Any Given Sunday. The best could be beaten by the worst, that sort of stuff. My definition, what 12 man asked me for, of a farmers league is the French league.
Yeah.
And
the German league, besides the last 2 seasons, obviously.
Right.
They are a farmers league, the French league.
But I think you could,
and the German league is set up that way too, Gags, too, by the way, like you said. The Bundesliga is set up for Bayern Munich to always be the dominant team in that league. Whether they win or
I think the French league has farmers league cycles, because in the period in which I've grown up, there was a time in which Marseille was winning everything, and then came Bordeaux. Bordeaux won everything, and
Do
then
you remember
Well,
when
Lyon
now
Leon
won.
won seven
relegated
in a row?
Albert. That's so
Hold
sad,
on, hold
man.
on,
Do you
hold on.
remember? Do you remember when Leon won 7 in a row?
Leon
Right.
winning 7 in a row. That was so
Lyon won
funny.
everything, Bordeaux won everything, and then came PSG winning everything. So they have their Farmers League in cycles. But when it comes to the German league, Bayern have pretty much won everything. But there used to be a time back in the day, for those of you who remember, FC Cologne was a force, Hamburger SV was a force.
Oh, Hansberg,
Hamburg,
yeah,
bro. Hamburg have
Hansberg.
a
Yeah.
Champions League, bro. That's
Yeah,
so
they were
nice.
they
And
were
and
they were a
Gladbach.
force.
Yeah, no,
VFB
Gladbach have never won the Champions League. I think they have like
VFB
Europa League.
Stuttgart, VFB Stuttgart was a force,
Wolfsburg,
Yeah,
but
them as well.
Wolfsburg as well, I think.
Wolfsburg, Deco in their team.
and then Dortmund was a force for a while
Yeah,
in
Dortmund,
between,
obviously.
because in 1997 Dortmund won both the German league and the Champions League. That's when Karl-Heinz Riedler was playing for them, and Matthias Sammer. Um, uh, for now, I mean, pretty much until Xavi Alonso came along, Bayern Munich have simply established themselves as they
Exactly,
rule the roost over there.
Bayern
So
Munich. This is the perfect analogy to describe Bayern Albert. They were like Teflon done. Went the Albert.
what do you mean they're like Teflon? They just have organization that the other teams don't have, and they have more money than the other teams, and they just you see, winning becomes a habit. My dad always tells me that winning becomes a habit. If other teams just keep sitting there, they do nothing. Like in the case of Man City, if we sit there, Liverpool, Arsenal, Man United, you sit there and you do nothing,
But
winning is going to become a habit.
but
And then
there's a
what happens is all the best players want to go there. And then
but
it
there's
becomes a real
but
problem.
there's a difference though. Like what I also wanted to add is that the difference though with, let's say, Bayern Munich or even with PSG is the sheer fact that not only are those leagues somewhat, especially more so, like I said, with Gags, like with the Bundesliga with Bayern Munich, but if you have a team that buys their direct competition's best talent from those teams, and then you have to then play that team the very next year with, let's say, your top scorer now on their team, what do you expect? Now, the unique thing about Premier League is that there's not many teams that are selling the city that way.
I gotta bring in
Go ahead,
someone.
go ahead.
He's gonna be the first time in the channel. The number one Luis Diaz hater and stuff that I know.
Okay.
Jamie.
Jamie. Oh my God.
Hey,
How's it going, Jamie?
what's up with the
How's it
big
going,
man
Jamie,
himself?
bro?
Hey, what's up, Jamie? How you
Mr.
doing, bro?
Football Chat
Yo,
himself.
Go to Jamie.
yo, Chris, bro. Me and Jamie know each other as well, man. You know what I mean?
What's
Good
up,
Diaz,
Jamie?
yeah.
Hope all's well, man. Hope the family's well as well.
Yeah, everyone's doing good, man. Everyone's doing good. So what are we all chatting about tonight?
We're chatting about everything.
Chatting about everything. Man. We're talking
At
about
the moment, Farmers League.
we're talking about
Yeah,
if
more
the Premier League. The Premier League's
Farmers
do you
Farmers
consider the
League,
Premier League
bro.
a Farmers League currently?
Yo, Jamie, bro. Are you scared that Man City are gonna take our chains?
I think the Premier League's always been a farmers' league since 1992.
Really? Okay.
Well, look how many Premier Leagues Man United have won.
Hmm.
How has it never been not a farmers' league? You had the odd time when Arsenal and Blackburn won a trophy here and there, and Liverpool.
I think
But in the meantime, it's always been a farmers' league.
I think in the since the Premier League since the Premier League's inception, I'd say that the first 5 leagues was the Farmers League because no one really got close to United, and then Blackburn won it 1 year, then United retained it, and then the
Blackburn
first
got
real
relegated.
competition, the first real competition United had was Arsenal, right?
Yeah.
And then I think they had a 7-year period where United won it 4 times, Arsenal won it 3 times. So that during that period, it was just those two fighting out for the title. So it was actually competitive. And then Mourinho came and then obviously broke that cycle and won back to back. and then Fergie didn't win it for like 3 years, and then he retained it. Then he won it in 06 and then done a 3P, but then Chelsea was still always competing, like always losing out on the league by 1 or 2 points.
Yeah.
And then Chelsea won it once, City won it, United then won it, and then City won it, Chelsea won it. So I would say apart from like maybe the first 5 years of the Premier League, there's always been some sort of competition for the other team who wins it. So I mean, yeah, well, if City win it 4 in a row, but there's
City win 4 in a row,
been,
bro. I'm finished, bro. I might
but
start
the
thinking
thing
of
is, it's
when
like
to support City.
it's never been, but the second place team has always given them a good fight in a way. So I don't know. It's a sticky situation, to be fair, with the term Farmers League. But I'd say the first 5 years was probably definitely the Farmers League, because United were
First
just
5 years,
so much
maybe,
better than
man.
everyone.
No one was touching United, man. It was so annoying. But Jamie and the lads, yeah, I'm gonna reveal you guys something really, really factual. If Man City beat us to the title like you guys again, I might start considering to support Man City, man.
Oh gosh. Minerals, come on.
Noah, maybe it's time you got into your bunk bed and went back to sleep, man. If you're a true Arsenal supporter,
In your bunk
if you're a
bed.
true Arsenal supporter, you don't jump. Hey, Pops, how you doing? If you're a true Arsenal supporter, you don't
Bro, I
jump
need
ship.
to win, bro. Albert,
Angel.
bro. I need some trophies, bro. I need to flex, man.
Game on.
Before you supported Arsenal, you should have known their history. Arsenal don't win; they bottle it.
I think Arsenal go in the Premier League.
Bigger.
Really?
Hope you're right, Jamie, man. Hope you're right.
I got this feeling City are going to drop points in one of the games.
Who beat City, Jamie?
I don't think they need to lose. They just need to draw, don't they?
All right. Who?
I think they draw against Tottenham on Wednesday night.
Nah, man. Tottenham will bend over for Man City.
I don't know. I think I wouldn't be shocked if we drew against Tottenham and then they get a draw. I wouldn't be shocked if they slip up against Tottenham.
Jamie,
Tottenham got kick Champions League now,
do you
haven't they?
honestly believe you are a Londoner? Do you honestly believe Tottenham are going to go all out to enable Arsenal to win?
Yeah, but
Nah,
Tottenham
they won't, bro.
So they might do.
They're so shameless, bro.
And especially after what Piers Morgan has said yesterday.
I think the Premier League needs Arsenal to win the title. I'm saying that right now. Because here's what everyone don't realise. If City keep winning trophies and trophies and trophies, they're obliterating everyone's honours list that's sitting here right now. Man United's on the list, gone. Liverpool's on the list, gone. If City keep winning, it's not a good thing. So it's actually better for the Premier League. I
hear you, brother Jamie, but I don't want to hear from Arsenal supporters. I don't want to hear from Piers Morgan. I don't want to hear from Mo Barksdale. I don't want to hear from my brother. I just don't want to hear from Arsenal, brother. You know what? I don't know any Man City supporters apart from Hamza, and I can tune Hamza out. Arsenal supporters are loud. They are obnoxious. They have main character syndrome. They have main character syndrome. I don't want to hear from them.
No, we can all say real quick, Jamie. We could all say that all of us, and I mean because I know Minerals is an Arsenal fan. We can all say of our little gripes against the PGMOL. We all have our gripes against the PGMOL. City doesn't have that unfortunate crying to do. Because rarely do you ever hear about the PGMOL doing something dirty. If anything, they're doing something in their favor. And I can say we're talking about winning a league. If they call that handball at Everton, we have another Premier League in our cabinet. So
yeah, I mean
that's a major difference.
You see decisions like that. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Jamie, but I mean, look at that karate kick from Doku McAllister that they said
Exactly,
both of
bro.
them went for the ball. That was something that Jackie Chan would
add
have
up all
been
those
proud of.
points. Add up all
Yeah.
those points
McAllister came in high on
if
Yeah,
that,
but
Albert.
if the
McAllister
you,
came
guy.
in high.
you see the
McAllister came
you
in
see what
high.
the problem is, though. You see what the problem is with all these decisions that we keep bringing up that's happened, and of course they were wrong decisions, and this decision should have gone our way. The reason why I can't, for the life of me, go back to these decisions to say that they've cost us the league, or they've contributed towards costing us the league, is the league's played across 38 games.
Thank you.
Right.
And 38
Great.
games,
Exactly.
and if you play across 38 games, whoever wins the Premier League deserves to win the Premier League, because you're the best team
Spot
across
on.
38 game
Spot on.
season.
Exactly, bro. It's about
So
consistency.
decisions
Guys,
here, decisions there. You know what? We just weren't good enough to win the league.
two things can
It's
be true,
very
though,
Spot
guys.
on.
Two things can be
Spot
true.
on.
Two
Yeah,
things can
exactly.
be true, though.
They
Two
can still
things can
be
be true.
what you said could be true, but I mean,
100%.
to not acknowledge that we were playing with a handicap in a sense, then that's something of a problem, as in
Exactly, bro, man.
if you're not gonna acknowledge the fact that if we're all playing on the same even playing field,
Equal
cool.
playing field, yeah.
I could say yes, cool, yeah. You know what? We had 38 games to win this league and we didn't. But if it was some BS like we're going to have to get what we're trying to get revenge for on Sunday, if we could go across and then start saying, oh well, because of this and because of that, and how many times has the PGMOL come out and outright apologized for getting things wrong? That's when I would say, okay, yeah, okay. I didn't hear them say,
O'Neil.
you know what? I didn't hear them say, you know what? That handball again that I was talking about earlier, that was wrong. They didn't say that. Because that would have meant that we would have had a real say in the league.
I'd rather focus on the
I
top
think
points.
Gags has a point. You see, apart from the Tottenham match, most of the injustices that were meted out against us wouldn't have mattered if we had taken our chances.
Exactly. Liverpool can't finish their food. That's been Liverpool's problem.
I see a player that has. I remember because Pops brought this up. I see a player that is rivaling the top goal scorer in this league, in Palmer, with the amount of freaking free spot kicks that guy has had. Okay, and it still didn't matter for them. I get it; they're still in whatever place they're in, but it's the sheer fact that we don't even get close to the number of spot kicks that Chelsea have gotten this year, and if we had gotten the situation where we have Odegaard playing basketball, showing us showing his cross up move, or whether it's Doku basically putting cleats into McAllister's.
It wouldn't have mattered if Trent had taken his chance.
It does matter when you get to say that if you play on an even playing field, it should matter. All I'm saying is
it wouldn't have mattered because we would have missed it anyway.
It would have mattered because it's the same reason. No, wait, hold on. It's the same. I'll say one last part because I have to go soon. I'll say one sub point. It would matter because I know that I just watched my captain get a red card for some BS, and then later on, I'm watching Bruno tell the referee to go F off and not getting a card. I know that I saw my scouser on the team, one of my scousers on the team, get a red card for some BS on a ball that he connected to. But then later on, I'm told that all these different reasons as to why that was then and this is now. Those things are what I'm trying to say is that if you're going to call it one way, I'll be cool if you called it that way the entire year, but you haven't. And that's where I'm just saying is that it's an issue when the playing field is not even. And if you're going to sit here and tell me the playing field has been even the entire year, specifically for us, but for a lot of teams, whether it was the Wolves,
for a lot
whether
of
it was
teams.
the Wolves, or whether it was for United, or whether it was the Spurs,
that's not what we're
all those
saying.
things.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what Gags is saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, what I'm simply saying is that I get all that, and I've been one of the most vociferous voices when it comes to what the crap that the PGMO. If you follow me on Twitter, I go at them all the time. Here's the point, though. Here's the point.
Right.
That karate chop by Doku doesn't matter if Diaz had taken his chance. Because if you remember the Man City match, after the match, the Man City players couldn't even get off the pitch. Rodri was hunched over. He couldn't even move because we had run them into the ground. If Diaz takes his chance, we won't be having this argument. Same about the basketball thing against Arsenal. And I could go on and take out the Tottenham match. We could have done nothing about it.
Yeah,
So,
but Pops.
hold on. So, in order of stacking up, it's never one thing. So you can stack them up as a multitude of things. I think our profligacy should be number one.
Well, what you're
Exactly,
saying,
bro.
your uncle, not trying to cut you all off. What 12 is saying, which I can understand, City wouldn't be at their point also if they wasn't getting favorable calls. Because they would actually be losing some games or drawing some games. So in a way, it does matter. You know, it's the yin and the yang. And the only thing, and as I said, this is just personal. This is why I can't have a channel, because I would berate these guys. Literally, I will clown the hell out of them.
But Maddie,
And me. So that's why I can't do a channel like that, because the thing about it, what I find that every channel should do, whether it is Wolves, Tottenham, Everton, they should have a guy who comes on there and does a 10-minute segment of these referees and them. Constantly put it out.
If the referees are one thing, Maddie, but if your central striker's shot conversion is only slightly better than Timo
No, but
Werner,
Uncle, I'm not even talking about the strikers. I'm just talking about the referees themselves as an entity. Every channel needs to go and create a 5-minute content on their app. Just constantly put them out there. I can guarantee you, sooner or later, they're going to start changing their minds.
But Maddie,
Exactly,
have you ever noticed?
bro.
Have you ever noticed though? You know, have you ever noticed that this isn't just in the Premier League? This is across like multiple leagues and even across multiple sports as well, right? The team that's always dominant, the team that's always winning, is the team that will always likely to get the decisions for them anyways, because there's always that saying, you make your own luck, or you like sometimes you always get the rub of the green of decisions that the dominant teams will always get the decisions.
But what I'm saying is we should make it easy for them. Make it difficult. Literally highlight them. Literally do a comparison video of like, okay, they did this in this call, in this match, and then come back and they do the same thing in the next match. You put that out there, sooner or later they have to start taking accountants for it. I'm not going to say it's going to change entirely.
You spot on, Maddie. These referees need
Michael, we have Michael Owen, and supposedly going to do that. And Michael Owen ain't doing the best of jobs for any of us.
I mean, the PGMOL are pretty brazen. There's no thing. I mean, to keep giving us Paul Tierney every time we are playing Tottenham at home, that shows how brazen they are. I mean, they don't give a crap.
But Uncle, but then people mad at Mourinho when he does what he does.
Well, I mean, hey, I'm just saying, man. If we take our chances, the great Azuma Nelson always said something. He said, "I go into the ring with my own referees, and they are my fists." So, go into the match and make your chances count. When they count, the referees can't do shit.
When you're playing against corruption, you need to take your chances. But you need to get your own house in order first. You know you're playing against corruption. You know what's going on in the league. There's too much money in English football, and it's highly corrupt, and no one wants to admit it. The Premier League knows they're corrupt. It's why the Premier League are going to completely wipe City's charges off, and nothing's going to happen to them, because if they charge City will call
everybody.
Manchester City will call out the Premier League, and the Premier League are going to look terrible, and they're going to look like the criminals that they actually are. So that's why that's going to happen. So also Liverpool, look, they've got to play with their own house as well. You know, you got to know where your cards decked. Liverpool have had chances to kill a lot of teams off this season and not taking their chances. Officials, yeah, they've been bad. They've been against us at times. It's obvious, but at the same time, we can't just hold that in the reason why we failed this year. The reason we failed this year is because we got shit strikers. It's as simple as that. You know,
Exactly,
Diaz,
bro. Because you can't hit the ball, though, bro.
Diaz is crap. Darwin's crap. Yeah, if you look at game for goal ratios, the only two that are any good are Salah and Jota. You know, Gakpo, Klopp don't even know where he plays. I'm surprised Cody Gakpo ain't played in goal yet this season. You got Luis Diaz, whose work ethic for me is the best out of all the forwards. You know, he's got the best work ethic, and I think that makes him look better than he actually is. Darwin Núñez, I don't know what we say about Darwin. If we had Chris Wood up front this season, we actually might have won more games because he's got a better goal to game ratio than Darwin Núñez has, and Darwin Núñez has had 200 more shots than Chris Wood.
Exactly, bro. Darwin can't hit the ball, though.
I think we're a very emotional fan base because we're in a very emotional club. So we connect to players and we want the best for them players without admitting that these players are not quite good enough.
12th man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Darwin Núñez was bought for £85 million as a striker. That's his total
Exactly.
payment.
That's the thing. Jamie is fitting.
And if I told you guys that Man United bought an £85 million striker and he only got 20 Premier League goals in 2 seasons, you'd laugh.
Yeah,
we all would.
Yeah, you would.
We all would.
Anthony,
and Darwin's not doing
Anthony?
that as exactly. And Darwin's not doing that as a striker.
Well,
Look,
right,
it's
you're
not
right.
like we create more
How much
chances than any team in the Premier League. We create more chances than any team in the Premier League.
You just say Hoyland.
Don't do that, 12. Don't do that.
Did you just say Hoyland? They don't create shit for him.
Cheeky.
They don't create shit for him. Right.
He's trying to be cheeky.
Osmus Hoyland gags, bro.
We just don't.
What I am trying to say
we need to look at ourselves as a club as well. As we know, corruption's there. It's obvious. It's in your face, but they're not going to do anything about it. But we got to just look after our own house at the end of the day and make sure.
Exactly, it's like living in the hood, basically.
Yeah, get points where you should get points, and I think we just need to look at certain players in our club and go, are they going to be good enough? Are these players going to win us something next season? Would these players win anything for Jurgen Klopp next season? Probably not. Would we win the Premier League up with Jurgen Klopp next season with these players? I wouldn't trust it 100%. So I don't expect them to do it for Arne Slot next year either. So there has to be conversations. And the Darwin one, I don't know what you do, because the problem is you can't get rid of Darwin yet because you haven't paid up his full transfer. So that means you'd have to keep him. I just want to see what Darwin's like. The only thing I will say about Darwin, I want to see what he's like under a different manager. Right? Because I
the only thing positive you're going to say, but go ahead.
I personally don't think Klopp's coached him well these last 2 seasons, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see what a different manager with a different philosophy, a different way of playing will get out of Darwin. Because I do think there's a player there in Darwin. I don't think Darwin's dog-turd or anything like that. I actually think there's a player there that can be worked on.
As a midfielder.
as a player that can be worked on. I just don't think you can rely on Darwin Núñez to be your main goal scorer.
Exactly, bro.
That's the issue.
Maybe
he's basically a Robin.
Maybe if he toned down on the brow cream, maybe he'll be scoring more goals.
No, Jamie.
Well, the question I just have to figure, because so far we have tried most things and everything. And someone mentioned it earlier and somebody laughed, which is kind of like, you don't mock it until you try it. When they said, well, they're going to bring in a psychologist for Núñez and stuff, but they might need to bring in one for the entire team, because how come most of the team has just crashed all of a sudden? There's something going on more than just fatigue or whatever, because when Szoboszlai was signed, oh yeah, boy, we didn't expect to get him, this, that, he played a couple of games, oh yeah, and then now Szoboszlai can't even trap a ball to save his life. Somebody doesn't go that downhill that quick over a short period of time without this.
Szoboszlai ain't good, man. He ain't got the minerals for Liverpool.
The problem with Szoboszlai, he's not a midfielder, and I told everyone this all season. No one wanted to listen. And
Jamie,
only the last few weeks of the season, everyone's going, "Oh, Szoboszlai look better if he played maybe a little wider as a number 10." And it's like,
right?
I told everyone this.
But Jamie, you see what you just said there. This is as I said. Like if you're bringing in players from a position that they are comfortable or they were good or getting great at, and then you're changing them around and forcing them into these other roles, right? That could be part of the problem, because one of the things that I've constantly heard people say, Liverpool don't change for the player has to change for Liverpool, right? That's the saying, we are Liverpool. But there has to be a bit of give and take, because as I said, you said, hey, Szoboszlai may look better out wider. Why are we always determined to do the square peg in a circle then?
I don't think Klopp's the only one who does that. I think a lot of managers do that. But what I will say, look, with Dominic Szoboszlai, if Liverpool want to build from midfield, and that's the way we've been playing the last 2 seasons, because we don't play wide anymore. Everything goes through the middle, don't it? So our build-up play is centrally. Would anyone actually say that Szoboszlai is good at build-up play, or is he better on the end of it, or is he better on the end of build-up play? That's where he's better. He's better at the end of build-up play.
I think that. Okay, guys.
No, give 12 men a chance. He's about to leave and stuff.
Yeah, I'm after this one. I'm gonna leave. So, look, I've been saying that. Look, I wanted to see Dom. We missed our opportunity to see what Dom could do at in the front. We did have a little bit of a break when he played in that, I think it was the League Cup game where he played on the left wing, okay, in the front line. That was a surprise to a lot of people. But when I did see that, I was very optimistic in seeing him get the opportunity when Salah was going to go away for AFCON and get an opportunity to maybe progress forward and not play this quote unquote glorified Hendo role that we've seen him play in a lot of people's minds. I also have been saying that when it comes to Darwin, I get that people want to connect Darwin as being a failure possibly this year, despite the fact that he has done, in numbers wise, has done better. I believe he has progressed in a lot of different categories and gotten better in a lot of those different categories. He has had has some spells, obviously, that that we all have been very, very critical of him. And if anything, I think that Darwin does need some type of mentorship or whatever it is to bring him over and above that line that a lot of people have.
I get you. You're tough, man. Let me tell you.
Because of that high price tag that was placed on him. I know a lot of people also have a misconception of what the price tag was and how it exactly gets brought up. I put that in the chat if you guys want to check that out. Put the exact way that the contract does break down. And as far as Nunez, when it comes to Nunez, also, I think sometimes that the things that I've been putting out, at least when in my interjections with people on panels, is that we often talk about all these goal scorers that are happening right now. Now, one thing I can say is that if you're going to talk about goal scorers, let's talk about goal scorers that are in the same age group that Nunez is in. So what I mean by that is, like, so often I've heard people bring up Solanke. I've heard of people bringing up Ollie Watkins. These players are players, even Ivan Toney. Like, these players are older players, okay? Like, if you had told me that you guys were all clamoring for these players when they were 24, 23, let me show me the receipts. But the fact is, this player has talent. It's a matter of whether we can get that talent out of him. And
that's the thing.
One thing he has done, I'm gonna land my point here. One thing he has done is he has shown that ability and talent in the Portuguese league. Maybe people don't rate that. Maybe the people think that that's just a blip, or that was just a dream for some people. I get that. But if you're going to go as far as to talk about what he's done this year, I've also known that people have said, well, that was on 36 GA. Well, Nunez is on 31 GA. It's not like he's on some, like, he's just not doing anything type settings. So he has the ability. people can laugh at the fact that you're going to get some type of like psychologist there or someone to mentally get him stabilized so he can possibly get better numbers, rather than laugh at it or just talk about someone's possible mental health.
Precisely.
Why not just sit there and say, hey, let's hope that does bring about
exactly.
Maybe it's tough, man. Let me tell you something tough, man.
I'm just about to end right here. And then the other part is like maybe hypothetically the same thing that he sees when he goes back to Uruguay, when he has Suarez in his camp and he's able to get some really, really great numbers for his home country. And people say, oh, well, that's international versus club. Okay, well and good. Well, then hypothetically, maybe if we do have the blessings of a Torres, for instance, who has been rumored to be coming back to possibly to become a coach or something like that for this club, maybe we can get a Torres to help create these other things, that these other portions of his game that we want to see out of him. Because there's a lot of what I see in Torres that I could potentially see from Nunez, if he's able to get those concepts and abilities within reach and grasp. And whatever it is to help him get there, I'm for it. And if you guys want to give up on a 24-year-old, but then praise 26, 28-year-olds as if they're on the same stage of life as that 24-year-old, that's your business.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I want to tell you something.
But I just want to say thank you, though, guys, for letting me
big up talk, man.
Big up to everyone here, Jamie, Albert, Gags, Maddie, Minerals, Pops, Barnes, who left earlier.
Before you go 12, before you go 12, I have a request of you.
Yes, let me hear it.
We have to connect, but you have to kind of adjust your shows, because sometimes when your shows come out, I am mad busy.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
But I will definitely link you.
Yeah. I hope to be
able.
Like,
big up, man. Big up.
I try to be a part of everyone. Yeah, the people's champion.
People, man.
Peace out.
Big ifs in here, man. Big ifs, 12. Big ifs.
Big ifs. But I mean, like, yeah, you know,
very big ifs. I'm willing to
very big ifs. I'm willing to get drunk on those ifs, you know. So
big up, man.
All right.
Big up, man.
What I have to say is, people forget who Liverpool are, and Jamie knows this because he knows the standards and he's seen Liverpool do everything. Darwin Núñez is another problem. Is a problem in this Liverpool team for a fact. I've been saying this ever since he came to Liverpool. He don't score enough goals and blah blah blah. Fair enough, you know, he has a few things in him, but Liverpool are not a project club. Liverpool are here to win. You know what I'm saying? And he cost mega money, and he cost you the league this season. And he's a grown man. Like, age isn't an excuse. When Mbappe's and all of them were doing it to 18 or 19, nobody was talking about his age. And finishing, you can't teach it, bro. You gotta have that ice, you know, to finish the ball. And let's not forget, people will say, "Oh, he's mentally not here," blah blah blah. Bloody hell, he plays for Liverpool, bro. What other motivation should he need, bro? Like, people gotta realize that Darwin plays for Liverpool, bro, and he needs to deal with it.
The other thing as well. Go on, Jamie.
Sorry, Jamie.
The thing I look at Darwin, he's 25 in June, right? So he's not a kid, right? He's 25 in June. We can't keep using his age thing about him. Does anyone actually think he's going to be 25 in June? So next season, when the season starts, he'll be 25-year-old man. Do we all think he's going to be an elite finisher next year because he's 25, 26?
No,
probably not. Right? No. Probably not. Yeah, probably not.
No.
Right.
You got to train that.
Also, look at it.
You can't pops, bro. You gotta be a finisher.
You can't train finishing. You either have it, you don't.
I think you are a natural finisher. I mean,
I kind of disagree in that aspect.
You can train how to score better, take goal chances better.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that.
But
some people are naturally good at finishing.
Yeah, they're gifted with it. Yes,
like Robbie Fowler could put a blindfold on and put the ball in the corner for the net goal. Do you know what I mean? Because he's natural here. Haaland's the same. Yeah, they're natural here, but you can improve your finishing through training. There's no doubt about that. But when we talk about Darwin at Benfica, right, we talk about all these
Jamie, before
situations.
before you continue, Jamie, can you give me an example? Because you're an OG and stuff, you probably have better knowledge than me. Of an example of a player like Darwin, but has gotten better over time. Because I can't really think of a player like that per se and stuff. Because
Ian Wright developed late, but I wouldn't say he's a comparison to Darwin.
He
developed late, but I wouldn't say he's a good comparison necessarily.
Jamie Vardy.
Jamie
Vardy was always a finisher, even at non-league.
No, actually, I've got one. I've got one.
I was going to say Gabriel Jesus.
Nah, I would actually go a bit further. Do you remember when Klopp was at Dortmund and he signed Lewandowski?
Yeah.
But the thing he wasn't actually a finisher.
That's who Klopp compares him to, by the way.
Yeah,
that's who Klopp
he likes that. He loves that comparison.
He loves that Lewandowski comparison.
Yeah.
But I swear by the time Lewandowski is 25, he was probably smashing the shit out of everything. So,
but go ahead. I'm sorry, Jamie. Keep on going with
but yeah, the Benfica, because people go back to his season at Benfica, right? If you go back to his season at Benfica, that 21-22 season, he scored 32 goals, 34 matches in the Portuguese league, which is a phenomenal record. The year before that, he scored 6. If you go back to when he was younger in other teams, he never scored goals. You know, the 2 players we bought after having a 21-22 season had their best years in their career were both Luis Diaz and Darwin Núñez. Luis Diaz in 21-22 season scored 14 goals in 18 matches.
And
Darwin
he won the Golden Boot in the Copa America, Luis Diaz.
Yeah. And in the 21-22 season, Darwin Núñez scored 34 games in Portugal. It was phenomenal. They have never had better seasons since. And they were both the same time that we bought them.
Exactly.
Which tells me, did we actually scout them, or did we buy them on a whim? That is always been my thing. I look at Isaac as well. How old's Isaac?
He's 24.
23, 24.
Would we have won the Premier League by now if Isaac was our striker instead of Darwin?
Absolutely, bro. Isaac is a finisher.
If he could stay fit.
He's ice cold.
If he could stay fit.
Yeah, but if you look at his goals to game ratio, it completely blows Darwin's out of the water, even if he's
bro. Isaac is clear of Darwin, bro.
Yeah, he's ice
Darwin would wish to be like Isaac, bro.
So you get he was available when Darwin was available, but we picked Darwin instead because I think Darwin
because Klopp wanted Darwin,
and Darwin had that season at Benfica when
and he played against us as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But in the Champions League, yeah.
That season he had at Benfica, the whole of Europe were looking at him, and it looked like a good bit of business at the time. But and that's what I say about.
He scored twice against us at Anfield.
That's right. Isaac was dead at Sociedad, yeah. But everyone knew Isaac had something about him. You just had to get him playing. He had something about him. Everyone said that when they watched him for Sweden at the World Cup and stuff like that.
No, but
everyone said there is something about this player.
Didn't we inquire for him when he was younger?
I think so, yeah.
Yes, we did.
But yeah, that's the thing. Darwin had an exceptional season the year we bought him, and Isaac didn't. But there was also something very special about Isaac, and that's why everyone wanted him. And now you see that he's a cold finisher, he's a clinical finisher. Jota, who I didn't think was a great finisher at Wolves, we buy him. He's a more clinical finisher than Darwin, and I think he's 2 years older.
Jota can score goals.
If Jota was injury free for a whole year, I believe Jota gets over 20 Premier League goals easy.
Exactly, bro.
I think we win the Premier.
You win, bro.
I think we win the Premier if he stays fit.
Yeah, and I just don't know about Darwin because if Darwin improves next year under new manager, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see from Darwin. So that's why I'd keep Darwin next year because I want to see what Darwin he does under a new manager.
But Jamie, you did make a point that I wanted to expatiate on. What if we got hypothetically Slot decided that, hey, you just ain't a good finisher, so I'm not even going to bank on you as a finisher. How can I employ Darwin to help the team in a more definitive way? Because I tell you what,
I know
I
I joke around. I said
I
midfield.
saw
Put him in midfield.
I
Joke around about it.
for those of you who are old enough,
He ain't got the
you saw
tech to be
Ian Rush.
midfielder.
You don't think so,
When
guys?
Nah, no way.
When Ian Rush was bought for Liverpool from wherever the hell he came from, he was 22 years old.
Chester.
And Chester, yeah. And Ian Rush didn't spend 2 seasons. Ian Rush scored 346
He
goals
played in the
for
reserves.
Liverpool.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
played in the reserves.
346 goals for Liverpool in an era in which we didn't have Champions League. In an era in which you actually had to be first and only first to play in the European Cup, right? I have this picture, and one I'm going to put it up sooner or later, of the 1984 Liverpool team. And if you're a true Liverpool supporter, go and look at that team. You see motherfuckers who finish chances, right? This guy can't fucking if he was given dynamite to blow his nose, he couldn't fucking use a handkerchief
Exactly, but
to
listen,
remove the debris, right?
listen, he would miss out
He
on
can't
every
score
girl at the
goals.
club. You know what I mean?
Every metric that you can count on when it comes to Darwin shows he can. If you're only slightly better than Timo Werner with your shot conversion, how can you be Liverpool's central striker? All the stats are out there. And in all those stats, dude has missed 46 big chances. 20 of them were supplied by Salah. I mean,
Exactly.
how can you
32
be
big
Liverpool's
chances in the
central
Premier
striker?
League as well.
A team that has seen players like Robbie Fowler and Michael Owen. How old was Michael Owen when he won the Ballon d'Or? How old was he?
22,
21. 21.
So if we're serious, we should be able to look at this guy and say, look, we are cutting our losses, and we're cutting our losses now.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah, but
You're Liverpool.
Edwards
For
is
me,
not going
I've
to
given
cut
him
him.
2 seasons. I've given him 2
What?
seasons.
Edwards is not
what
going
if
to
it-
cut him.
What if this
Edwards
is all on
not
Jurgen
going to
Klopp?
cut him.
What if this is all on Jurgen Klopp?
Thank
Because
you.
It is.
Because
It is.
honesty is right. Now, Carlo Ancelotti, when he was talking about new up-and-coming strikers around Europe that are going super talented, he mentioned Darwin Núñez. We know Barcelona like him. We know Chelsea looked at him last season. We know for a fact top European clubs like Darwin, yeah? So what if all this is actually down to Jurgen and the way he plays him, the way he coaches him?
Can't be, though.
I'm telling you,
can't be.
it might, because if you look at Darwin, when you watch him play, especially as Liverpool fans, there is something about him where you're like, there is a player there. You can mould him into something. It's not like he's dead food and you can't mould him into something. There's a player there where you can mould him. He's got electric pace, great athleticism. He's always offside, which is a problem for me, which tells me he's not being coached to move
30 offsides this season.
Which tells me
At Liverpool.
he's not being coached properly to run properly.
No. Being offside, it's about IQ. He has not footballing IQ.
No, but what I'm trying to say,
no, don't insult the guy like that. Because
what
when you
I'm
look
trying
at
to
his
say,
stats with Ben,
that's true though. When you're constantly offside, like Coach always said to you, you have
one at a time, guys.
Time out.
What I'm trying to say is like, if you look at Sergio Aguero, yeah, quality striker, one of the Premier League's greatest, right? When Pep Guardiola came to Man City, he wanted to get rid of him and bring in Gabriel Jesus because in his eyes, he couldn't be what Pep wanted him to be. But then Pep was like, no, I can't get you that way. But he decided, Aguero went, no, I'm going to stay here because it's best for me. And he learned the way to play Pep's way and actually became a better player for it. When I watched Darwin the last 2 seasons, I look at that raw footballer that came from Benfica last season that we're all willing to give time. And then this season, I still see the same raw footballer. And I'm like, there's definitely something about you, Darwin, that you can be a player. But are you being coached properly?
Thank you.
Are you being looked after properly? Because that could be the whole issue. If Darwin starts putting the ball in the back of the net a lot more and his movement is better, because Darwin's movement off the ball, actually, around the box is excellent. I don't know if sometimes if you're watching a game and you see Darwin's movement off the ball in the box, it's actually a very high standard, but we never give him the ball.
Thank you.
If we can control his movement in a higher line when he gets caught offside a lot more. We coach his movement better, how to run, when to run, how to use your pace. Because some players don't know how to run, which is a weird thing to say, but they don't. They don't know how to use their pace properly. And you put all that into motion, you get him to control himself in the box and finesse his shots a little bit more, because that's what he needs. He needs to finesse a little bit more. He needs to hold the R2 button down. That's what Darwin needs to do. and be a bit more finessed in front of goal.
And Jamie,
that could be the case.
Jamie, the coaching issue is one thing, and I think I agree with you somewhat. But which coach can teach you how to place a football when you're 5 yards in front of a goalkeeper and you keep hitting the ball full
it's a composure.
Exactly.
Uncle.
And composure is not taught. I remember when he did that dink in was it Sheffield United match? He did that dink over the goalkeeper, and Michael Owen came out and said he shouldn't have done that. Liverpool fan base just went at Michael Owen. And the next match he was proven right, because he did the dink again and it ended up in Kilburn High Street. So the thing is this. Dude doesn't have the it factor. If you're a Liverpool striker, if you're a Liverpool supporter, you've seen some pretty fucking good strikers. If you've seen, I spoke about Ian Rush, he's the archetypal striker. You've seen John Aldridge. You've seen Fernando Torres. You've seen his own countryman, Luis Suarez. When Luis Suarez came to Liverpool, how old was he? He was younger than Darwin Núñez, right?
About 23,
We've
24.
seen Michael Owen, and we've seen Robbie Fowler. We've seen some pretty fucking good strikers, right? This dude doesn't have the it factor. I've given him 2 seasons. How many seasons should we give him to get it right?
Exactly.
That's the question.
He also has no IQ.
But Uncle,
I have been.
Guys, I've got to run. I'll see you all later. Yeah.
Thank you.
Jamie, thanks for passing by. I have been one of his biggest defenders, right? I've been one of his biggest defenders, and those who know. But after 2 seasons, how much more can I give?
But Uncle, here's the problem I have with that, right? First and foremost, what Jamie said is correct, because I've been saying this from the longest while. Klopp sometimes misuses players and stuff. Yes, he has issues. But tell me, when you play against Man United and you had Jones and that other fella looking like if they was world-class goddamn defenders, because the way how you had Darwin Núñez playing, where he was literally being caught offside, it also comes down to coaching. Right?
Okay, Maddie.
Yes.
Before you go any further, let me ask you this question. Against Manchester United, there was a 5-on-2, right? Salah slips you the ball. You are 5 yards. It was not even 5 yards, 2-3 yards away from the goalpost. You had a choice to either cut it back to Luis Diaz or just side foot it in the net. He managed to put the ball across the goalpost. How is that a coaching problem?
Exactly.
It's a coaching
problem.
It's a coaching problem, because those defenders looked against all of us.
If it was me, Maddie, if it was me wearing a number 9 jersey and I did that, you can call it a coaching problem, because I'm an engineer, I'm not a footballer, right? Against Luton, I have never been as outraged as that miss. Because if he was a central defender and he was trying to defend that ball and he put it over the bar, he would have been called a great central defender. How did he manage to put that ball over the bar from underneath the
That's not Klopp's fault, bro. Klopp has put him in conditions.
That's not a coaching problem.
Okay, so like what Jamie said, so come next year and Núñez starts to shine playing differently. What are we going to put it down to? That it
He's
finally
not going to shine, bro.
He's not going to shine. It was
He's not going to shine, Maddie.
You've been around this business long enough. He ain't going to shine shit.
There was a point this season that he and Salah were combining. There was a series of games where they were assisting one another, and I think Núñez had 7 or 8 assists, and they were all to Salah. And you could see there was a connection between the two of them. then that suddenly disappeared. I don't know what that is, what it's down to, but at some point the two of them were on the same page doing what we wanted them to do because they were connecting and we were winning and it looked decent. I'm willing to give him one more season.
Pops, I have to disagree, man.
Because we don't have a choice, though. We don't have a choice.
I know.
There's
Yeah,
no
no,
way
I know
we
you
you're
don't
don't
going
have
to
have
a
a
recover
choice,
the
choice.
but,
We
money.
don't have
You're
a
but
not
you
going
have
to
to
recover
realize
the
that
money
you're Liverpool.
if you're
We
selling.
don't
So
have a choice. We don't have a choice, Noah. We just don't have a choice. Nobody's going to sell
no.
that guy. So he's
Yeah,
going to get that
exactly.
one season. He's going to get that one season, but I'm going to predict that the dude can. He doesn't know shit from Shinola.
Exactly.
He
That's
doesn't
his
know
He
shit.
has to
level.
improve.
The
He has
worst
to
part
improve.
about Darwin Nunes, it's not the misses and all that. Being offside, yeah. My coach always told me that if, if you're constantly offside like that, it means you lack footballing IQ. The worst part is he misses sitters and all that. The second part is he makes brain dead decisions. And that's by being offside and poor passing. That shows he has a poor footballing IQ, which is another red flag. And you also have to realize that he plays for Liverpool, and Liverpool, you need to have the standards. Like it's not a nursery at Liverpool. Liverpool, it's a behemoth, pops. You know what I mean?
And we keep going on and 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 on about, oh, he's young, he's young. How old is Phil Foden? How old is Phil Foden?
Exactly.
I'm going to say this, right? Foden and all of them, if you look at how Foden was coached by Pep, totally different,
Protected.
It's not being
right?
coached by Pep. He has talent.
So,
Nunes lacks
Lord
talent,
of
in my
mercy.
opinion.
I say again, look how Pep brought along Foden. You can't compare Foden to Nunes, right? Different coaching styles and stuff. Everybody talking about Tony, they're talking about Isaac, cold finishes. How many of y'all have taken into consideration if these players came here, they done like somebody said before they went, we are famous for injuring players. So what make y'all think that if Isaac had come here, he would have been a clinical finisher? He would have been a clinical in the medical room. Because as I said, every player that comes to Liverpool, for some reason, one way or the other, there's some serious injury problems that goes on with them. They're also not given proper time to recover or anything like that. Luis Diaz,
And Maddie,
when he had the
Maddie,
injury on his foot, wasn't he not brought back sooner than he should have been brought back?
Maddie, there is also an elephant in the room that we refuse to talk about. There is some really shitty talent ID that has gone on at Liverpool.
Who fault is that?
Somebody decided that Anthony Gordon was not good enough to be in Liverpool's academy, so we shipped him out to Everton.
Who
Who the
fault is
fuck
that?
did that?
I mean, uncle,
Who
who
did
fault
that?
is that?
Hey, you slap me. I don't fucking know.
And honestly, when you're talking about like injuries, like Maddie said, and I think there's one player I think that we will, if one player in our team will never reach his full potential because of one other player, and that's Kanate. Kanate will never reach his full potential if Trent stays at right back, in my opinion.
There you go.
I don't, and also injuries. He gets some injuries as well.
You know what? That Trent question is a question that you must have a whole program on. Trent is a question you must have a whole program on, because many people do not want to admit that Trent unbalances our team, because Trent wants to do what Trent wants to do.
I'm
Football is a team.
just talking medically speaking. Like I don't like I'm not a
Yeah,
stat person or whatever,
but
but
you see, the unbalance in our team affects everybody. It starts from Trent through to Soboslai. Soboslai basically has to be a pooper scooper for Trent, right? And it has affected his game. it has affected Salah's game because Salah is also expected to drop back and fill in at fullback when need be. And Salah just ain't having it. He's not doing it. Okay? So I'm with, there are so many reasons why I personally am happy Klopp is going. Because there are too many experiments that go on the pitch when we are playing. I hope Slot is not coming to continue that nonsense. All right? We need to look at our players and tell them, dude, you are going to do this, and this is what you're going to do.
But
You're
Uncle,
not going to go.
Uncle, you see what you're saying there is absolutely right. Because just imagine, right, when a world-class proven player like Thiago could come and say, well, what he learned to do under Klopp is to run.
He's learned how to run and get injured.
Tell me that does not say something. And then when you mention it, people get, oh, yeah, this and you're that. But the facts. And it's,
look,
and as you said,
we've been laughing at
people, I don't care.
We've been laughing. We make fun of Henderson, right? But Trent's positioning in the team is what killed off Henderson's offense, because Henderson was willing to fill in that void, and basically he became an auxiliary fullback. That's where he learned how to hoof. But here's the thing:
from what
every time you have this conversation, you are told Trent is the best fullback in the world. And I'm like, you know what?
Who says that?
I was born in a country where dictatorship was rife. Okay? But you can't dictate to me that Trent is the best fucking fullback in the world, because he ain't. Right? You can sell me all the copium you want. Don't tell me Trent is a better fullback than Kyle Walker. Don't tell me he's a better fullback than Trippier. Don't tell me he's a better fullback than a fit Reece James. Don't tell me he's a better
or even
fullback
Ben
than
White, bro.
Carvajal.
He's
I
nowhere
can
near
go on
Ben
and on
White,
and on.
bro.
But if you tell me he's a phenomenal footballer going forward, great. But the concept of football is to score and stop the other guy from scoring. So if you are providing cutting edge passes for people to score and you are letting them in at the other end, is a wash. That's called a draw. Right? So
Exactly, bro.
somebody should address that problem, because according to Pep freaking Linders, he created that invert. According to him, he said it, we've all heard it. He even bet his wages on creating that thing for Trent against Everton. The 2 goals we conceded. Go back and look at the.
I wasn't available for those games and stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah, but go back and look at the frame when those balls were going in. Where was our fullback? Nowhere to be found.
Oh wow.
So there is a fundamental balance and structural problem in our team. If the new coach doesn't resolve the matter, we'll continue to be bridesmaids, because you get away with it against the lesser teams. But when you meet the big boys, you won't get away with it. When you meet Martinelli, you won't get away with leaving that void there. And one of the worst moments of my life as a Liverpool supporter is going to the Emirates on that day and watching us getting cooked left, right, and fucking center. It was so bad that Klopp hooked Trent at halftime, and we were given the excuse that he was injured. If you knew he was injured, why do you even start him? Thing is, the truth of the matter is that we have a fundamental structural problem when we are playing certain players. It needs to be addressed. I'm not saying that they are not good players, but it's where you put them and what you ask them to do that creates this structural imbalance. And when you say, they tell you, oh, Trent is he's a phenomenal footballer. I agree. Put him in a place where his deficiencies are minimized and his pluses are maximized, so to speak. Why would we want to put him in a position where he's constantly exposed? How many of us didn't see that when he was injured, there was a better balance in the team? Somebody tell me I'm lying. Somebody just tell me that what I'm saying is not true.
Trent couldn't defend his misses. That's for sure.
The people who call themselves the hardcore Liverpool supporters and the Scousers will tell us we are wrong for that because we are on the outside. That's the problem.
I watch more matches than many of them. You know,
Oh, they don't care.
I actually spend my pension flying up and down the UK to go and watch those matches. So I watch more matches than them. They should fuck off.
No, but you see, again, that's the problem. When you call out certain players, they want to watch you and they call you, oh, you're mad, you're crazy, you're stupid, you don't know football, that sort of stuff, right? And I constantly tell people, I said, hey, listen, on any given day, anything can happen, right? People want to sign away their life. Oh, yeah, Trent ain't going to leave Liverpool. What happens if he does? Right? And as to what you see,
it's a political thing. It's a political thing, and like I said, for those of us who were born in the countries with dictators, these things it doesn't even face me. But the thing, I'll call it out like I see it. I have earned the right to call it out like I see it. Let's look at the stats when Trent was injured. How are we doing? And add Salah to the mix. How are we doing?
Sorry, I just saw the goal, the Calvert-Lewin goal and stuff, and Trent just standing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly, bro. Trent is
embarrassing. That's
Trent has no awareness.
But Chris,
that's our vice captain, though. That's our vice captain.
He's vice captain.
Yeah, we can't say nothing.
He's vice captain.
That's the worst part, bro.
And you know, and Chris, you know what we do? You know what we do? This is how we do it. What was Trent doing? Right? What was Trent doing? But if it was Robertson, what the fuck was Robert doing? What the fuck was get Robert the fuck out of the team? Isn't that what we do?
Yeah.
That's why we will continue to be bridesmaids.
Exactly. Too much sentiment, bro. I told man, bro.
For 9 years we have had Klopp. We still can't beat a low block team properly.
Exactly.
When we had Firmino,
I've told you guys,
Salah,
one of the best things that you see that I told you guys, one of the best things that has happened to Liverpool is Klopp leaving.
Exactly.
Right now.
Klopp was going a bit stale as well with his sentiments too, but also, lads. Another thing that has annoyed me about Liverpool is going behind and doing Bruce Wayne FC.
If you try to renew Henderson ahead of getting Bruno Guimaraes, the time to go has come. That's all.
Exactly. That's another red flag. Albert, you have to answer this. Thoughts on Liverpool always doing Denzel Washington, coming back in games and all this. Does that also mean a red flag to you?
In terms of what?
Going behind in games, 1-0 down.
Yeah, but why do you need to go behind? If you're a serious team, do you go behind 24 times each season for the last 2 seasons?
Exactly.
We were talking about going behind in 2017. We are still going behind.
That's the issue. When you keep trying to climb the mountain, you run out of gas, and that's basically why we run out of gas. Because we continue to play at the same thing. Fall behind, equalize, win. Fall behind, equalize, win. Fall behind, equalize, win. As you go into the well over and over and over again, at some point in time, you're going to hit the wall, and we hit the wall hard.
But sometimes you feel like that's the speed. But Pops, the other argument is
haven't you guys noticed that we almost always will ourselves on to concede? It's like if we haven't conceded, we keep asking ourselves, why haven't we conceded?
Why haven't we conceded?
And we go ahead and concede. Yeah.
I mean, some of the teams are like a leaking fridge.
Some of the teams we concede against, I mean, like I always call them Pago Bay United, we concede against them. That's when we start playing. I mean, we'll concede to Pop's local team, the team that plays just behind his house, on the park behind his house. We concede to them. We concede to any team.
We couldn't keep Sheffield United out, so I mean.
So
We
Exactly,
continue to.
Pops.
let me ask you guys one more question before we go out and stuff. Here's a quick question. What is needed in the summer and stuff for some type of success? What do you feel there's holes? What holes do you think are in the squad
Okay,
currently
ask your
that's needed?
question. Ask your question. Ask your question in the right context. Because if you ask me, what do we need? I'll tell you. Let's go and get Rodrigo. Let's get Valverde. Let's get.
Oh, but I mean, in a realistic
Divine,
in a realistic manner, like
divine intervention. Divine
yeah,
intervention.
So
yeah,
add the constraints that you want us to work
yeah,
with.
no, like
Tell you.
clearly we have holes in the squad, clearly, right?
Here we go. Look.
So like more,
Here's
there
an
you go,
example.
Martin. Is that do you guys agree with that,
Center
or do
back, left
you
back, CDM, right wing, and striker.
is that something you guys agree with,
It's
or
5 players in.
well 3 players are going automatically, we know that for sure. So
I
5
can't
players in
see
the
us
summer.
getting 5 though. I can't see us getting 5. Can't see
We
us getting
brought
5.
no, but we brought in, how much did we bring in the summer? We brought in 4 this summer.
Sabazalai,
Okay,
McAllister.
so I'll
Enzo,
tell you what.
Gravenberch.
I'll tell you what we need.
Probably 2 planned and 2 not
We
planned in.
definitely let's start with the center back. We need a left-sided center
Okay.
back, and we need a left-sided center back like flowers need rain. Okay, we need it like immediately.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Left side of center.
All right,
back.
Albert, ready. Stop a minute. So is that the center back, left back combination being 1 player then?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? All right, so
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
you've
They can play
gone.
both.
So you're down to 4 players. Okay, cool.
Hincapi.
Go on then. Next one.
Yes, Hincapié is 1 player I would seriously look at. In fact, he'll be on top of my list. I will look at Gonzalo
Got it.
Ignacio. I'll look at Lloyd Kelly. We need that guy. Listen, we need to play with
I
4
don't know.
center backs.
I think Pancho from Franker is better than Hincapié, in my opinion, though.
You know, but I'm hearing this thing of we are going to have to buy him and loan him to them for one season. What kind of crap is that? How can you pay 50 million euro for a player and loan him back for 1 season?
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know if it's true or not, but if that's the case, then forget him then.
Solely some sort of
Okay,
match
so
forward.
so
What about Gertrude?
Pasco is a very good player, but I've named some of them. We need to play with 4 center backs at the back of with our defense. We need to play with 4 center backs.
So you copy and paste.
That's what Arsenal do. That's what Man City do. If you're going to contest with the big boys, at least mark them for what they do. Rodri was bought as a response to Fabinho. Now, we also need a defensive midfielder who is a halfback in every sense of the word.
There's 1 player.
Because-
There's 2 players I want actually for that.
Because if your opponents have Rodri, Declan Rice, Thomas Partey, Jorginho in reverse, Caicedo, Douglas Luiz. What business do we have? What business do we have having Endo?
Yeah, you're not
What
wrong.
business do we have? Endo doesn't want the ball. What we want is a halfback who wants the ball and says, "You fuckers go ahead and leave the ball for me." We need a halfback who wants the ball to beat the press.
Yeah.
Right?
I think
We don't have that.
we need a combination of what you said and an enforcer, because I feel like there's no we don't got no
Exactly.
fight. We need that. They
And
want the
Endo,
ball. Yeah.
when Endo is given the ball, Endo behaves like a snake that's molting. Snake that doesn't want the skin. Fucking quivers. He doesn't fucking want the ball.
So who
Right?
who do you thinking for that, Uncle?
You listen. I think, and this is my opinion, I think us not following through with Andre Trinidad was a mistake. And if we can rectify it, let's rectify it. And I'm thinking,
Andre from Fluminense.
Yep.
yes.
From Fluminense.
And I think some of the petulance and some of the impetuousness that comes from Klopp is one of those things. You wanted the player. The player said, "I am trying
That's my
to
guy.
win.
Right there.
I am trying to win the
Right
Copa Libertadores. Fluminense have never won it. We are in a position to win it. Let me win it. I'll come in January." In January, you say, well, we don't want you. We've got the Japanese goose flute. Okay.
That's
So
who I
what
want.
are we doing? Playing in the Japanese National Orchestra? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
I want Ugarte. That's who I want.
Okay. Yeah, Ugarte. Listen.
He's the one.
I was going to go to Ugarte. Do you remember that Ugarte was the one we were going after?
Yeah.
And after we tried to tap him and it became a problem, a club got upset and was like, okay, so we don't want him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Another player we were after was Alan Varela.
That's the other one I want.
We did all the scouting for Alan Varela.
That's the other one I want.
£8 million, we decided not to go for him. We've allowed Porto to go for him. And guess how much they want for him now? Now they want £70 million. What the fuck is wrong with us? What's wrong with us?
I like your thinking, honesty. But I see Bruno G more as an 8, in my opinion, though. Let's say,
right?
for example, if we were
I don't even want to talk about Bruno Guimaraes.
No, but if we can get these two, it changes the way we play, though.
Bruno G is going to cost you 100 mil.
Because
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Bruno G was brought to us, right? And Big Papa said he didn't want him. He wanted to renew fucking Henderson, right? That's a crime against football.
No, but
Thank you.
No, but apparently I'm hearing rumors that Bruno G is going to Arsenal. Bruno G and Declan Rice is a deadly combination.
Oh my God, we are dead. That's overkill, man. Thomas Partey, Bruno G, and Declan Rice at Arsenal. Okay, that's enough.
Partey has to leave, though. Yeah, he has to leave.
That's the end of football right there. Football is done. Finished.
And then what was the other position? I think it was right wing striker.
Right wing and striker. Yeah.
We should have gotten Kudus a long time ago. Let's go and rectify that crap. And this is all Pep fucking Lindes. This is all fucking Pinocchio, man. He causes all this shit, man. Instead of going to get Kudus, we went and bought fucking Gravenberch.
Now, to be honest, like, I have nothing against Kudos. I like him, but I would prefer a Kubo. That's
you know why Kubo? You know why Kudus is preferable to Kubo? Because Kudus has played in the Premiership for a season.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
He's already been
right?
here.
Yeah.
Kubo is going to come and get slapped around like his countryman, and you get missing in action. You won't even want the ball anymore.
What were you saying? World War II settings?
Whoa.
Right? So there is a certain element of physicality that Kudus likes that will work for us.
For Caldwell. Let him go, please.
Hell no.
Wait, why are we getting Caldwell though?
That's the man we were linked with at the beginning of the season.
That's too expensive.
And everybody seemed to be very happy.
Whoa. Sven Botman has an ACL. You don't want him.
Yeah.
Tomori
from AC Milan is not bad though.
Tomori is a good player.
From Chelsea.
He's a very good player.
Yeah, I don't see how he's not playing for England national side, to be honest.
He is in the team every now and then, but he's
playing, not just being in the team. He should be playing, man.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player.
I read some rumors that we're going for apparently this player called Somerville. Anyone know about him?
Leeds winger.
Christensen Somerville.
Yeah,
he's the one that scored against us. He's the one that scored against us when Leeds beat us. He scored that last minute goal.
Yeah,
he's a very, very, very good player.
Quick, very quick.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Very quick,
Somerville.
yeah.
I'm gonna look into him then. Somerville. Okay.
Maddie, who are you looking at, Maddie?
Me, I'm the for which position?
Well,
all of the ones that we just mentioned. If you got anything different,
like Uncle say, I you all heard me say from time go Hincapi.
Okay.
You already got that one. Yeah. So that's left back, centre back done with.
CDM. What is he quoted at? Like 60 million, right? Hincapi?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
For me, with the left center, for me with the left center back, Hincapi is the number one on my list.
Exactly.
I'm not too sure if Leverkusen will sell him though, given their position. But
Yeah.
I also like Ignacio. And then the wild card, there are two wild
That's
cards for me. David Hanchko from
well,
Feyenoord.
Hunchko, is that the one that's really well at passing the ball? Apparently, he's like really
Yeah,
good at passing the ball.
he's very, very good. He's the captain of Slovenia. He's a fantastic footballer. And my the last person on my list is Lloyd Kelly from Bournemouth.
Lloyd Kelly.
Again, yeah. Now we've been linked with him for time now.
Lloyd
Long time
Kelly
we've been linked with Lloyd Kelly.
You see, Lloyd Kelly is one of these players that he comes to Liverpool, and I mean, basically, he's a diamond in the rough. He comes to Liverpool, and you will see a completely different player. You see a transformation. He's just a phenomenal player, man.
Okay. And what about CDM, Maddie?
Now, I looking at like some of the CDM that we're looking at, it might be kind of tough to get them too. So I'm looking at this kid Florentino.
Oh, from Benfica.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Portuguese kid. Yeah. Well, not really a kid.
We are
he's
not
like
we are not going to
24.
pay 106 million pounds for him.
Well,
Release
if we have
clause,
but if we have Edwards is a magic man. I have faith in Edwards.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then it says CDM, and then there's right winger and striker.
Right winger, striker, yeah.
Right. So for striker, if we go in for out and out striker, I say
the best value for money striker out there, if we are going for a striker, is Ivan Toney.
Well, yeah, I was going to say him.
Yeah, he's like 30 million apparently. Apparently, he's 30 million.
30.
Yeah, because he has only a year left on his contract.
Yeah, it's quoted
so
30
they
million.
have to sell him.
That's garbage, boy. 30 mil.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a throwaway, though. That's an easy one.
Yeah.
You can go and get him and bring him in. If he doesn't do anything, 30 million in a lot of money to lose.
And then for the wing, he has potential, and with the current medical team going and club going, I'm looking at Ulisse because we have to also look at
homegrown
talent.
Ulisse
I'm surprised it took so long to get there, though.
And where this his agent has already committed him to Manchester United.
That's crazy.
Edwards could work the match.
Crazy.
That's not good though. That's like why do you do that?
Why would you sign with United? God.
Yeah.
Especially after watching what Sancho had to go through.
Now for me, I would sign both Kubo and Kudos and sell the hobos that we have in the front line and stuff, and we soft.
You know, I'm also of the opinion that we should sell Salah now. I'm one of those.
Well, Pops, I heard you have ill feelings of Salah now and stuff.
Have I had ill feelings of Salah?
No, I've heard you have.
I'll be right back.
You have ill feelings of Salah now, apparently, according to like the past game or something. According to
you can't be disrespectful, man. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you are. I don't agree with what happened on the touchline. And people say, players get upset. Yeah, you do. You get upset when you're coming off, and you're supposed to get upset when you're coming off. I agree with that. You should be. Any professional being substituted, you should be upset, because that means you probably were rubbish, and you're upset with yourself, and you're upset with the manager for taking you off, because then you can't turn that rubbish performance around. So the last thing we've seen from you is rubbish. But going onto the pitch, unnecessary, and it just created a lot of discord around the incident, which then moved us away from the match.
Liverpool has made counter Russell. That's what this is good news for me. It's music to my ears.
But
I mean,
Uncle, you said you want to sell him, right?
DMs.
If he doesn't want to leave, right? I'm Salah, and I'm saying I don't want to leave though. I like Liverpool. My intention is to play my career here, and if I ever go to Saudi Arabia, it's on my terms when I'm done.
Well, okay, I get that. Then the coach then the coach needs to let him understand that you are gonna understand if I decide not to field you. You are not gonna throw a fucking tantrum. When I substitute you, you are not gonna throw a fucking tantrum. You are not the best penalty taker in the team, so you're off penalties. By the time you are done with that, he will want to leave.
Well, again, that's up to the management and him as an individual. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
If any player that has a contract that basically says you have to play me, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do this, then what you're saying is you're basically selling yourself to him.
Pops,
should never be like that.
Do you honestly think there's a contract out there that says you have to play me? Have you seen anything like that before?
Somewhere in the underlying writing, it feels like it, because for his entire career with us, there's never been an understudy.
Yeah, really.
Never.
Yeah,
not even a 16-year-old where you say, you know what, I'm putting a 16-year-old here, and for 4 years he's gonna learn. Never.
No, that's because Salah is a phenomenal footballer, or was a phenomenal footballer back in the day. The problem is he's on the decline.
No, but
that's my point. No, but that's my point, Uncle. He's been here as long as Klopp, right? Basically.
Even Mane and Firmino had backups though.
You have to though. At some point.
Yeah. But for Salah, it doesn't seem like so though.
But it's to your benefit as well. My argument to him would be this. Okay, good. This is where your last contract was. I'm offering you an extension, but this is the extension. I'm buying Olise. And I'm not buying Olise as a bench player. All these people say, let's buy him for the bench. No, I'm buying Olise. You and Olise are going to line up in training, and you'll run, and you'll do things. And if he's better than you, he'll start. That doesn't mean that you're done. That doesn't mean you're finished. But his being able to start over you means you have a longer career. And as we said, you said you want to be with us, play at the highest level, and retire on top. The easiest way for you to do that is if you play less minutes against Sheffield United and more minutes against Real Madrid. Less minutes against Luton and more minutes against Bayern Munich. So if you're here for the cream, that's what it is. The cream is the Champions League and the best games. That's where you want to be. That's where you want to play.
You saw me the dream.
I am very confident.
You saw me the dream there.
Very confident with Edwards coming in that discipline is going to be enforced.
Yeah,
right.
I think so too.
And like Pops, like you, I cannot understand why Salah will behave in the manner in which he behaved. And I personally, that was the day I decided that dude needed to be sold. Like I said, Salah is now all about his own stat padding. Okay, that's not good enough for a team like Liverpool. Pedri. You can't do that.
Wait. Pedri from Barcelona. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah. Apparently they want to cash in. I don't know.
I don't believe that shit, man.
And
you know what? Let's not bother. He won't do well in Liverpool. First of all, the weather will completely.
He's not gonna like it. He's not
gonna hold up, and two, he has a bad injury history though. Yeah, I think if I'm correct, he might have LCL problems, ACL problems. PCL.
He has every CL. He has every CL in the book.
You keep him there with all them CLs gone.
One thing we are overlooking is the development of Bajanredstv. Where has that gotten to? Right? Where has that gotten to?
You don't know though, Uncle. You don't know.
I don't know.
The kid is 6'4" now and looks like Goretzka. He looks like Goretzka.
Yeah.
So you don't know what that means for
talking
him.
about DMs. We had
maybe he's the man.
We had Emre Can and we let him go. He's on the verge of taking Dortmund to the Champions League final.
Yep, I never liked him leaving.
Yeah, but Emre Can wasn't for us. Let's be honest.
Really?
If you had a vote for Emre Can, most people say let him go. Most people say let him leave. He isn't at the level.
He was kind of
look at the level he's at now.
Yeah, but again, you can be at levels and leave and get to higher levels. Most players haven't, to be honest. But Emre Can, to me, was one of those sort of like bits and bob players for us. He didn't have a spot. So he used to be here, there, and everywhere. center back, midfield, sometimes as a DM, sometimes as an attacking
You
option.
mean
He was a good football player.
You mean he was the Gakpo?
I mean, Gakpo to me is almost like a scapegoat this season. And Klopp said he made a mistake, and we spoke about it for a long time. You can't have a man who plays as a false nine,
You know,
a left
when
winger,
when
and a number
when
8. Klopp
I
said it.
hear
Klopp said it.
when I,
When?
2
when
weeks
I
ago,
hear
he actually
Klopp,
said it. 2 weeks ago, he
when
actually
I
said, he
heard
said,
him,
he apologized. Basically, I made a mistake with Gakpo.
when
Did
I heard
too many
Klopp
different
saying
things.
that,
Oh,
when I heard Klopp saying that, I was very up. When I heard Klopp saying that, I was very upset because there were several times when I said that the way Gakpo was being used was a mistake,
Yeah.
and some fan base, hey, you are questioning Klopp.
Exactly.
I mean, as if Klopp is God. As if Klopp is God. The guy is hardly gone. People are already talking about putting up a statue for him. The statue where? Where? Statue because we are fifth again.
The first time he lined up as a number 8, I said, "Oh, come on, Klopp, man.
In the beginning of the
We
season,
don't need to do that, man. We don't need to do that." But then you looked at it and you say, "All right, is this out of necessity? All right, I'll give it to you. Maybe there's nobody." And then obviously the kids that played later on in the season, you said to yourself, "Well, by mid-season, maybe they
you buy
caught up."
McAllister,
And
a
calling him
phenomenal attacking midfielder. McAllister,
Put him in a
you put him
6.
in a 6.
and they
Right?
said that's our DM.
Buy McAllister, put him in a 6. I mean, what we're doing here?
That's because you waited too late to get your 6 in. That's the issue. You got your 6
The best
in
the best
for
thing
Endo at the end.
the best thing that can happen to us is this guy just leaving, man. You should just leave.
But Pops, you said it there, but because look what happened. Didn't we not have Caicedo and what's the other guy?
Because you would have had Caicedo.
Lavia.
Arguably, you would have had Caicedo
and they had
Gallas as your
Lavia.
duo, innit? Yeah.
And then when Lavia said
that would have been deadly though. Caicedo,
but when Lavia said to hell with y'all,
that would have people
wanted to dog him because you should be grateful Liverpool coming for you. Don't insult me because you're great. That I'm like, okay, well, you know what? You're gonna play the bridal party and I go court the bride, that sort of stuff. It doesn't work that way.
No, but you know it's funny because people.
I was glad he didn't come though.
People laugh about Caicedo, but Caicedo with us, I don't think with McAllister. With McAllister, yeah,
totally different story.
Yeah, totally people don't understand that. I think it's good to laugh at him at Chelsea, but it's like I don't know.
He's crying inside. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
he's crying inside.
Is.
He's crying inside.
Yeah, we might be unbeaten, to be honest. I think.
But
for me, I think he ends it. If we get him, if we sign him, it was done for me.
Who's that?
Caicedo.
Is it Lavia?
Caicedo? No, Caicedo. Not Lavia. Not Lavia. Lavia for me wasn't on the radar for me.
No, just picture it. Caicedo, whatever combination, Caicedo, Mac, Szoboszlai, whatever, or Caicedo, Mac, Jones.
That would have been bad news, Brown man. Like bad news.
We are killing if we had him. Because
he's been fit
all season. All season long.
Yeah.
That's the kind of midfield, that's the kind of halfback we need. We need a traditional halfback, a guy who is just a 6, happy to be a 6. End of story.
Dirty too.
Go out and get one. Yeah. Instead of all these fucking experiments, I bring him and I don't know what it is, and it's super intensive. Waffle, fucking waffle all the fucking.
And with that, we're closing the show. And
before you go, Chris. Go ahead. Question. What do you think about the rumors that they're talking about PL leagues going to be played in the United States?
Oh God, Maddie, what you do that for, Maddie? Man,
I didn't know that. I honestly, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know.
I heard that and I was like, what foolishness are these people and them trying to do?
Well, they got
you know what's gonna happen. They can just throw money at it, Maddie. They can just throw money. It's gonna be one of those. I'll give you an extra X number for the season, and they'll play home and away from home. You have to. You have to play both matches somewhere else.
There is a rhyme and a reason to the madness, NBC are giving the Premier League 2.7 billion pounds.
Billion. Yep.
They are. It's with a B. they have
billion,
a right
yeah.
to ask for.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, your
doesn't
uncle,
make sense,
but I'm
though.
not doing it.
Who's gonna have home field advantage, or who's gonna have
No, but that's what I just said, Angel. So instead of going to Old Trafford, right, we'll go to Yankee Stadium, and instead of coming to Anfield, we'll go to the Red Sox Stadium. The Red Sox Stadium.
You know what happens?
So both games will be
and you know
away
what
from
happens?
home, so no one will have the advantage.
Away from home.
But guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what will happen? The Americans will fill the stadium more than Old
100,000.
Trafford.
100,000
Right?
easy.
How big is the imagine
in America a lot bigger though.
Imagine a match. Yeah. Imagine a match between Liverpool and Manchester United at the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, crazy.
That's 120,000 people.
Full to the rafters. Full to the rafters.
Yes.
And you got people outside still trying to get in.
Yeah.
Comfortably.
And you see, what people don't get is if you are home, you are home. You still get the revenue. You are home. Right? You still get the gate revenue. You are home.
Oh yeah, but how does that work if you're in the States then?
Sorry?
Same thing.
Same thing.
Same thing.
It doesn't change anything. You are home.
It doesn't change. Yeah.
Oh really?
So you get the ticket revenue.
Whoever's deemed to be home side at the Rose Bowl, that's your money. And then it will switch around for when you go somewhere else.
But then
I don't agree with it.
No, but then like to get in the economic side, because Pops, you know about it. If let's say for example the Rose Bowl, right, 120 seats, they deem Man United to be the home team, so they get all the revenue and stuff. And we go for example, I don't know, the New York Red Bull Stadium. I don't know what it's called or whatever. They only holds 80,000 people and stuff. It's unfair.
No, but it's going to be. All these things will be thought through because, for example, if you decide to go to the SoFi Stadium, that's 105,000.
Yeah.
Right. That's almost twice the amount of revenue you will get. All things being equal, if you played at Anfield.
Yeah.
Right, and you know Americans are rich; they'll pay anything to go and watch.
And you'll tier the tickets as well, so you make more money easily.
Yeah, I don't agree with it.
And the only thing that you should worry about, maybe that's what Maddie is worried about. If they start getting a feel for the cash flow that comes in from that, fuck them home field.
They'll do more. Yeah, they'll do more and more. And then you know what's gonna happen? Dubai is gonna come in and say, "Let's get a piece of this." Saudi Arabia can say, "Let me get a piece." Bring them over for a weekend or whatever, and we'll do something. Billions on. Again, is if you're gonna do that, you're gonna start selling out to the man is going to offer you the most money.
But Pops, you see, this was going to come
close enough to be in
because
there anyway.
It was coming sooner or later. Because you see, the biggest revenues for the Premier League all lie outside the United Kingdom.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
People don't want to.
You've grown the game globally. That's why you've. This is what you wanted to do. You wanted to grow it globally.
That's what you wanted to do.
The global people are saying we need to get more now. We want more.
Nah, I don't
and
care
guess
about
what?
that.
In places like Ghana, right, the Premier League has killed the local league completely.
Wow.
Nobody watches the local league. Every little kid, every adult, everybody waits to watch Premier League. Nobody watches. The stadia are empty.
That's sad.
Nobody watches them.
No, that's sad. That's sad.
Maddie,
I'm with you though, Maddie. Just for the record, I don't want to see it. Because
like ambitions,
give me a preseason tour or whatever. But
you know what? It's a slippery slope. But Pops, you're old enough to remember that when Sky was about to take over when the Premier League itself was formed and the matches were taken from ITV and BBC, it became a political event. Yep. It was like this is the death by 1,000 cats. We were going to kill footballers. It turned everybody into a billionaire. Look at where they're going, and the money keeps going up and up and up. And like I said,
bubble doesn't seem like it's going to burst.
Now that the Americans have parachuted in with their cash, they're going to want their pound of flesh. And for those of you, Chris, you are in the States. NBC's NBC's broadcast, right, of the Premier League is different from what you watch in the UK.
Yeah.
They have their own cameras. They have their own style of broadcast. You know, they broadcast it like a true American broadcast event. They don't do it like the British do it. Sooner or later, hey, you pay the piper, he has to. You call you pay the piper, he has to call the tune, bro.
Hell no. Like Public Enemy said, who sold their soul?
Yeah, but guys, I'm getting tired.
Maddie, you watch it, don't you?
Not on NBC.
Where do you watch it?
We watch it from off of a Spanish station.
Oh, okay.
Telemundo stuff.
Telemundo, BN Sport, anything. BN Sport, right?
But Maddie, do you know who owns Telemundo?
I said BN, not Telemundo.
BN Sport.
Oh, okay. BN is a Qatari. BN is a Qatari. But if you watch it from Telemundo, NBC owns Telemundo.
Yeah, no, I'm anti all of that.
All right. Well,
I don't do the NBC stuff. Hell no.
Yeah.
NBC, Hulu, all of them don't watch anything on their stations.
It's like saying you won't buy anything from Dillard's, and then you end up going to the other one. What's the name? What's the name of Dillard's counterpart store? It's not Macy's. It's the other one. You don't want Dillard's. You go to the other store, and it's all owned by the same place. You don't want to buy from. You don't want to buy food from. What's the name of that place? Chick-fil-A. You're going somewhere else, and it's all owned by Darden. All those
under the same umbrella.
Yeah, you don't want to go to Denny's. You say you're not going to go to Denny's. You're going to go to Alfredo's. They're all owned by Darden.
Oh no, I just do my research. That's why I said specifically BN, not no Telemundo.
I don't want to go to Longhorn Steakhouse. I'm going to go to Ruth's Chris. It's all owned by the same company.
Alrighty, well, thank you guys for coming on. We're gonna call it in.
Big shout. Much
love. Man, it's been a wonderful conversation.
In advance,
here for the new season. And let's wish Liverpool a great new beginning.
Let's get 3 more wins first, man. Come on, let's end the season, man. Give me 3 more wins first, man. Give me 3 more wins.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but the beginning is already begun, right? So all the things that lead to the new beginning, the off season, all those things. Let's hope we do our business early. Let's hope that we don't buy any more bums, right? Let's hope that we don't buy any more Japan.
We still have time. We still have time. We'll do another call-in show on Fridays.
Yeah, let's hope that we simply get out there and buy. You know, like we went out there. 3 days after we lost the Champions League final, we bought Fabinho.
Yeah.
That was a statement. Let's go out and do some of that shit, man.
No noise.
Fucking
just get it
buying
done.
no fucking Endo Schmendo, Mr. Miyagi kind of stuff, man.
That's why I said my statement is to the new year. I'm not watching no last 3 games. I'm only watching the reaction.
Wax on, wax off crap.
All right.